Good morning, councillors. Good morning, everyone. Just keep our dogs a little bit away from the work today.
Speaker,
councillors, before we start, let me just first do a roll call to see if everyone is part of this council meeting of today. Good morning, councillors. I'll start, Councillor Krauts. Good morning, everyone.
I'm here, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Just keep our dogs, Councillor Davis, a little bit away from the work today. Councillor Quinana.
Speaker,
Councillor Quinana. Councillors, before we start, Councillor Maketa, first do a roll call to see if everyone is part of this council meeting of today. Councillor Matika. Good morning, councillors. I'll start, Councillor Krauts. Good morning, everyone.
Present, Speaker.
I'm here, Speaker.
Councillor Matiwana. Councillor Davis.
available.
Just keep our dogs. Councillor Matiwana, can you put on your camera? Away from work today. Councillor Quinana. Councillors, you are doing the road call. You must put on your cameras, please. And who you are in the dark, please, I can't see you.
Yeah, my house is so dark to speak at the moment.
Councillors,
Please forgive me.
Councillor Maketa, first do a open the curtains.
It's open, Speaker. We are Kumisa, Speaker.
Councillor Matiwana. Councillor Lavelle, I see your hand is up.
I'm available at the meeting.
Madam Speaker, I'm here. I'm sorry when I had a technical glitch now, but I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm here just showing you things.
Okay. Councillor Matiwana, can you put on your camera in the meantime? Councillor Naki.
Speaker in the corner, Matiwan.
I think I can see you now. Councillor Naki. Councillor Ngezu.
Corner, Speaker.
Councillor Opperman.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Salase. Councillor Salase. Councillor Kosana. Apologies. Councillor Kosana.
Speaker, to corner. Handball.
Thank you. Yes. Councillor Strubel.
Good morning, everybody. Speaker, I'm present. Can you see me?
Yes, Councillor Strubel. Thank you. Councillor Sengwa.
Yes, Speaker, good morning, everyone. Speaker, I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Chokolo. Councillor Chokolo.
Councillor Salazi, are you connecting to the council meeting?
Councillor van Aswegen.
Okay, that's fine. Just connect now while she's doing the roll call.
Speaker Molweni. Good
Okay,
morning.
quickly.
Soos gewoonlik teenwoordig
Mayor.
en ge-
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, I'm here. Can you see me?
Yes, Councillor Wasserman, thank you. Councillor Weideman.
I'm here, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Weideman. Councillor Wolmerand.
Teenwoordig.
Thank you, Councillor Wolmerand. We are only waiting on Councillor Salase. I'm not sure, Kirsty, I did hear you talking to him. Kirsty? Kirsty?
Speaker,
Did you get hold of Councillor Salase?
I have. He is connecting at the moment.
Okay, then we'll wait for him.
Hello,
to join.
Speaker. I am on, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Salase. Have you got your camera with you? Can you press on it? Councillor Salase?
You see me, Speaker? You see me, Speaker?
Yes, we can see you, Councillor Salase. Thank you. MM, can you indicate who of the officials are here, the directors?
Speaker, good morning. I am here and I'll ask that the directors indicate by themselves whether they are present.
Thank you.
Speaker, this is the Director for Planning and Development, Marlene Boyce.
Thank you, Director. I see the Director of Corporate.
Good morning, Speaker.
I see the
I'm in the
Director of
meeting.
Technical Service.
Hi, Madam Speaker. Director Infrastructure Services, Praveer Hariprasad, present.
Thank you. I see Mr. Adwinis.
Speaker, I am present.
Anyone else want to indicate if they're in the meeting?
Speaker, I'm also present, Paula France, Acting Director, Community
Community
Services.
Service, yes. I see Ms. Paulson. I see Walter. I see Tracy. Anyone else? I see Mr. Barrel. I see
Morning,
you also in the meeting. Morning, Mr. Barrel.
Speaker Richard Thorpe from the Audit Committee.
Welcome, Mr. Trump. Who else?
Sidwell present, assistant interpreter.
Okay, Sidwell.
Speaker, good morning. I'm also here.
I was waiting for that voice. Morning, Christopher.
I was hoping to say, please stand for the speaker this morning, but maybe next time.
Thank you, Christopher. I see Ms. Liesel Plaatjes is also in the meeting.
Good morning, Speaker. The meeting is live streamed to the public.
Thank you. And I see Diba. I see Carl.
Morning, Speaker. Manager IDP PMS.
Yes,
thank you, Speaker.
Charles. Thank you, Charles. Colleagues, I think that's it. I will, as we go, acknowledge the other officials as part of the meeting. We are now on the agenda. Let me take this opportunity to welcome everyone, all councillors, acting MM, the mayor, the deputy mayor, all officials as part of the meeting, members of the audit committee, members of the public. Welcome to our ordinary municipal council meeting, Thursday, the 29th of October, 2020 at 11 o'clock. We are now going to point number 2, which at this stage will be a reflection of silent prayer, because we, I think, was Bart not being here, it was an oversight that we didn't have anyone coming to the meeting this morning to open the meeting for us. So it will just take time, a few seconds, to do a silent prayer. Can we just all bow our heads? All officials. Thank you, councillors. We are now on 3.1. Councillors present. 3.2, councillors absent without leave. We've got none. 3.3, councillors absent. Councillors absent with leave. 3.2. My apologies. 3.3, councillors absent without leave. We've got none. 3.3, all officials are present at this moment that I can see. That's supposed to be in the meeting. We've got the members. 3.5, members of the audit committee. 3.6, members of the public that are present. I've already welcomed all of you. And then point number 4, noting of the provision of code of conduct for councillors. Point number 5, disclosure of interest. Is there anyone that want to disclose anything that's on the agenda at this moment? You can indicate now. Thank you. Point number 6, long service awards. MM.
Speaker, there is no long service awards to report to council.
Thank you. Point number 7, introduction of newly appointed staff. Is there any?
Also no newly appointed staff to report to council.
Okay. But then we are on point number 8, confirmation of the minutes. And then we go to 8.1, confirmation of the council meeting that was held on the 1st of October. Can we go to those minutes? Councillors? Councillor Kraut?
Thank you, Speaker. I think I just, before we carry on, I want to officially welcome Councillor Maketa to his first council meeting and to council. And I hope that he will have a enjoyous term. So I think from the ANC side, we want to welcome him to council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kraut. Thank you, Councillor Kraut. So there's no one else. Maybe also with my omission to do, but I already welcomed him when he was doing his inauguration in the council. So once again, Councillor Maketa, I would like to welcome you to our council. Nice municipality. I think you, in the short time that it's left, you have a lot to learn. And I'm sure we can all work together as a team to achieve what we want to achieve in this beautiful town of ours. Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand is up.
Thank you so much, Speaker. No, from the DA side as well, we did welcome Councillor Maketa when he was inaugurated last week, Monday. But since it is his first council meeting, we would also like to say a very, very warm welcome to him. And we're glad to have him with us, and we look forward to working with him. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Okay, your hand's still up, Councillor Wasserman. Thank you. Councillor Meyer, I see your hand is up. Meyer, your hand is up.
Yes, Speaker, as you can see, Councillor Maketa sitting next to me, they're still struggling to connect him. So he's actually currently using my computer. But from my side and from my party representative, I think it's just also for me prudent to welcome Councillor Maketa to this council chambers, knowing him that he will have a really big impact in this council. Hy is nie 'n man wat op sy mond geval is nie. So looking forward to working with him. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you, councillors. We on 8.1, the ordinary municipal council meeting that was held on the 1st of October. Can we go with the minutes?
Speaker.
Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, just on page 11 at point number C.
Yes.
Of the social housing program, there's just a spelling error there. It's not Curly Court, it's Curlew with a W. Thanks, Speaker.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Can we then go with that, with those minutes, as the correction made by Councillor Wasserman?
Yes, Speaker.
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you. We move to the special council meeting that was held on the 13th of October 2020. And it's on starting on page 28. And there's also a recovering page, a placement page that was added to on page 31. Councillors, Councillor Luzuko. Councillor Luzuko. Councillor Luzuko. I see your hand is up. And Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Luzuko. Councillors, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. It's only Councillor Luzuko we cannot hear. We see the video is speaking, but there's no sound.
Okay, Councillor Kusana, your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to everyone. Speaker, ndizamuqonda manje benikhangelisa apha kule mizuzu yethu baqala ku-8.2 naku-8.1 before singene kule miba yanamhlanje. Anduboni umcimbi wesikolo nanduphakamisile yasekhondwa nguChief Whip weNgongolo. Ngoku le nto kanye izinto sizithethayo azikhathalelwanga nangabantu babhalayo. Siyazi uba singaphinde size meeting singamoshi ixesha lethu.
Councillor Kusana, we are now on the special council meeting. Which one are you on?
Ezokugqibela, Speaker, yile ka-8.2. Ndandiphakamise umcimbi wesikolo. Yes,
Okay.
but I will reflect apha kule mizuzu too.
Okay.
The councillors Kosana is trying to find out the issue of the school that he raised with the previous meeting. Why is it not reflected in the minute? Thank you.
Thank you. Do anyone want to respond on that? I see your hand, Councillor Zuko. I'm going to give to you. MM.
Speaker, I asked Joel to have a look at the matter. Councillor Skosana raised the matter with me yesterday, and we will have to go and listen to the tape to make sure that we reflect it correctly. So, if with your permission, we will look at it, and if we need to correct the minutes, we will bring it back to you at our next meeting. We just didn't have the time between yesterday and this morning to correct the minutes as Councillor Skosana requested.
Okay, thank you, MM. Then we will have to come back to it if Jill found it on the minutes. Councillor Luzuko, I see your hand was up.
No sound, Speaker, no sound.
Oh, shame. Can someone just assist with Councillor Luzuko's sound? Jill?
But where is Councillor Luzuko?
Can we get someone from IT?
He's got a silent protest.
Where is Councillor Luzuko? Is it at home or is it at device?
Silent.
Councillors, we were on 13 on the special council meeting of the 13th of October. Councillor Skosana have raised his issue on the issue of the school on the minutes. That's not there. So Jill is looking for it, and we'll come back to this item. Is there anyone else on the item on the minutes?
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Salase.
I think to me, Speaker, can you go ahead and then you can come back when Jill is coming back with this issue of Councillor Skosana. So can you go to other items, Speaker, please? Thanks.
Okay. No, I just wanted, maybe there's something else on the minutes that we also need to then look at before we move forward. And then, councillors, if then we can move then to point number 9. And then on point number 9, there's an execution list. And there was now a revived one that was sent to you. Have you received it? We're on point number 9, councillors. We're on the execution list now, the new one that we just received. Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, I just want to request, please, that things improve in the future, because if we are to get execution lists an hour before a meeting starts, it is unreasonable to expect that we can go through them and be prepared for these meetings. So, Speaker, if you can perhaps just give us an indication of what went wrong and how it will improve going forward, that would be most helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Levy. Councillor Davis. Councillor Luzuko. Are you back? Still no sound.
No
Councillor
sound.
Luzuko.
Competently silent.
Okay, Councillor Levy, I see your hand was up. I don't know, was it the same issue of Councillor Wasserman? I don't usually agree with Councillor Wasserman. But I must say, Councillor Wasserman, this thing of the execution list has been coming on forever in this council, and we can never get it right. I don't know where the problem is, but I agree with you, it needs to be fixed, and it reflects very badly on us, it reflects very badly on the administration, because it looked like someone is not doing their work. We just need to be honest with each other. someone is not doing their work. So do we agree with the revised execution list? Councillor Skosana?
Enkosi Somlomo. Somlomo kwami kulento kulapha into zokwenzeka nini. Akho nto ichazayo kodwa kukwi-column ye-call for law ukuthi uba nomntu phaa phandle abone ukuthi uba ibhunga ligqibe ntwini ukuba into mayenzeke nini. Laa column imile nje ayibuyisi into yoba into zizokwenzeka nini. Ingxaki enkulu ke ngoku leyo. Ndiyaqonda nalo mfosi umphetheyo umasipalathi manager kuyafuneka naye ngoku anyuse igawusi ngokusebenza necandelo lisebenza nge-execution list because le execution list isibonisa uba bubuwiki bebhunga. Kaloku iroli yethu ukujonga izinto zenzeka njani emphakathini. Na umphakathi xa ufumana into enje i-blank check kuyingozi kuthi thina bakhokela umphakathi. Engozi.
Thank you, Councillor Skosana. Interpreter?
What the Councillor Skosana is saying is that he wants to know when things will be happening in terms of the execution list, because apparently the column where it indicates when things will happen is just there for no apparent reason, because there's nothing reflecting in that column. And he thinks that the MM must pull up his socks because the problems with the execution list are a better reflection to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bumazonke. Councillor Zuko, are you now connected?
Speaker, I think I should be fine now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Speaker,
can we go with the
I
revised?
apologize. Speaker?
Yes, Councillor Luzuko.
Speaker, I really apologize, Speaker. I don't know what happened to my audio there. I could hear you clearly, but you can't hear me. But I really needed to raise a very important point, Speaker, on the minutes. I don't know whether you will grant me that, but I think it's very important, Speaker.
On which minute, Councillor Luzuko?
The last
The
set
13th
of minutes,
October
the one that you.
We're going to come back to it because there's something that Jill need also to find out. So we're going to come back to those minutes.
Okay. No, thanks, Speaker, for that.
Thank you, Councillor Luzuko. Councillors, we agree on execution revive one. Although we also have now raised our disappointments. Councillor Tsengwa and then Councillor Wasserman.
Yes. Inkosi kakhulu Somlomo. Somlomo ndiyacinga into yobana siyavumelana ngale revise execution list and ndicela siqhube speaker sithathe note yale nto iraisiweyo, so ndiyacela nje speaker siqhube. Inkosi.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, sorry, it takes me a while to unmute. Speaker, I think we can note it. That's not a problem. But as I said, we haven't had a chance to go through it. And we definitely don't accept it. But I think we can note it.
I can tell you there's nothing much changed on it, actually, Councillor Wasserman. Interpreter?
But the deputy mayor was saying that he agrees with the execution list and that this must be noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Interpreter. Then we go to 10.1, report from the speaker, and it's on page 68. Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand is up.
Hold hand, Speaker, sorry.
Okay. And there is a recommendation that we note the report, councillors.
Yes, Speaker.
Yes, Speaker.
Then point number 11, statement and communication by the executive mayor. On page 69.
Noted.
Thank you, councillors. Then point number 12, reports of the Garden Route District Municipality representatives. We have not received any report. I just want to maybe also say this, that I think we have also been coming on a long time. We're almost at the end of our term. And these reports have never come to council. And I think the Garden Route people must really get the act together. Whoever is going to do the report, it must be a collective report. And I think in the next council meeting, councillors, really you must now up your game. I think you are representing us in Eden. So you need to report to this council. Maya, I see your hand is up.
Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. You've touched on part of it. You know, Speaker, we are quickly to show fingers at administration when it comes to our responsibilities. I think it's about time that we deal with councillors that don't do what they're supposed to do. It's unacceptable that you serve on behalf of this council on a body and they don't even report back what you are doing there. So I'm not quite sure whether Speaker is in your ambit to deal with this issue, but I think it's unacceptable. As we expect officials to do their work, we expect councils also to do their work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maya. Councillor Skosana.
Enkosi Speaker, andizobakho kude kule nto ubugqibithetha Speaker. But rare for certain the rat, but certain rat in George. Hulle moet hulle koste optrek want onze straat en onze wegen like Union Date Road was sleg is. Ons weet of hulle slaap, asof hulle praten. Dus takbaar goed wat gebeur in onze weken nie. En ons weet, ons dra kennis, hulle kry geld om aan naartoe te gaan. Hulle gaan nie verniet nie. En dis korruptie. Ja. Hulle moet hulle koste optrek. Dankie, voorzitter.
What Councillor Skosana is saying is that the councillors that are in the Eden district council, they should report back to the municipality because the reason they are there is to represent them because they have problems in their wards, like the Union Dale Road in his ward. So he's asking the councillors to please pull up their socks because what they are doing currently is corruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bumazonke. Councillor Luzuko.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Serious terms have been used, Speaker, like corruption. Councillors must just think before they put these words out there. But Speaker, just to tell you, I don't have an excuse. I did attend a meeting, which was on the 8th. It was a Section 80 community services.
I'm not going to give you that opportunity.
No, Speaker, why
there's no
not?
report. We accepted there's no report. You don't have to explain yourself. But next time you will just have the report. Whether
Speaker,
you were 10 times.
Speaker, why do I have to write one meeting that I've attended on paper? It's a waste of paper.
No. Councillor Zuko, that's what we are saying. You must have a combined report. Then it will make sense to council. It's not about your section, the Section 80, but everything that's going on in Eden. I'm sure you can do that.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. We attended, it's COVID, we only attended the Section 80s. That's what I'm trying to tell you there. It's only one meeting that we've attended. All the other councillors also attended their respective Section 80s. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's nothing else.
Councillor Zuko, you haven't had a report in front of this council ever since you guys been Eden. It can't be now because of COVID. We're not even talking about COVID.
No,
so
Speaker,
let's not go there. There is no report. We accept there's no report, and there will be a report in the next council meeting.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you here, Speaker, that there was one meeting, and that's why you couldn't put it on paper.
We are not talking about one meeting. That's what I'm saying. Don't confuse COVID. Nothing to do with COVID. The issue of report from Eden, from yourself and all the other councils that they.
No, I'm not confusing it, Speaker. Just remember in the last council.
We are not discussing it. Can you just close the topic?
No, but what if you don't understand each other, Speaker? Because next time it's going to come again, whereas we didn't understand each other. That's why we need to understand each other.
Now you are coming as an excuse.
No, I'm trying to explain.
Let's start like this, Councillor Zuko. Have you ever presented this council as a report from Eden?
No, that's why I'm trying to tell you this, Speaker. Remember in the last council, you asked.
Your sound is going again. Councillor Kraut, so that we can just wrap up this matter.
Nee, dankie speaker. Ek dink ons kan aanbeweeg. In 'n vorige vergadering het ons melding gemaak waar daar gesê was dat die Garden Route raadslede hulle moet terugvoering gee. Ek dink ons kan dit nog verder entertain, speaker. Ons kan aanbeweeg. Dankie.
Thank you, Councillor Kraus. Councillor, we are not going to debate this one. There's no report, and we just expect that in the next meeting there will be a report, even if it's a one line. Then we go to point number 13, report from Salga. There was also no report from the Salga representatives. Councillor Tsengwa.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I'm just going to ask, man. But I think before I ask my question, Speaker, I just want to make a plea to Councillor Chokolo. I think we need to begin to respect the Speaker of this council, right? If a part of your job as a councillor, you need to report. All of us, we know we need to report. Those councillors are representing Naisna municipality at the Garden Road district municipality, right? I mean, all of them, they're supposed to submit a report. You cannot come on the day when we suppose and you come to the meeting and justify as to why you did not report. You know, I mean, we really need to respect one another. I wanted to appeal to my big friend, Chokolo. You see, we need to respect that. We must respect the Speaker. If you want to be respected, you must respect the Speaker. Mayor. The second thing, Speaker, which I wanted to understand on this report from Salga, you know, maybe as we have indicated that there is no report, you know, there's any report, I mean, there's any reason as to why there's no report? You guys did not attend any meetings or functions for Salga? If you can clarify me on that one. But I really want to appeal, Speaker, to Councillor Chokolo. I want to appeal to him. He must respect the Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor, Mr. Vumazongo, do you want to interpret what Councillor Kraus was saying?
Actually, what Councillor Kraus was actually saying is that we should move on. There's no reason to discuss it. Councillors should just do their reports when required. Thank you so much.
Thank you. On point number 13, I think the working groups is just starting next week for Salga. I think means there's no report for this month. Councillor Matika and Councillor Luzuko, I see your hand are up. You're on Salga now.
No, it's fine, Chief. I've withdrawn my hand because I was going to explain you.
Okay. Councillor Luzuko.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. No, Speaker, I do.
We're on Salga 13, point number 13.
Yes, Speaker, I just want to say, Speaker, I really do respect you. That's why I was explaining myself, just for you to understand. But I do respect you. I'll never not respect you, Speaker. I do respect you.
Thank you, Councillor Luzuko. Point number 14, items for consideration. 14.1, recommendation from the Mayoral Committee. And I will now give over to the Mayor.
Speaker, again, good morning, councillors, officials. On page 75, Item number 14.1, MFC 041020 report on the implementation of the supply chain management policy for the period ending the 30th of September 2020. Recommendations are there A, B, and C. Speaker, I'm not quite sure whether you should ask them whether they accept it or not.
Accept,
I
Mayor.
can move, because I don't see any hands.
Okay, then next one, Chairperson, the Speaker would be FC 081020 report back on the application to purchase portion of portion 6 of Farm Hoogekral number 182, a portion of Seaview Drive East. Your recommendation to council is A, B, C, D, E, and the next page F and G.
Maya, I just need to find out there was a replacement page. Carl, I see your hand was up.
Yes, no, you're correct, Speaker. My apologies. I was supposed to insert it here and I didn't do that. So if we agree on this one, we can then go back to MFC 071020, the immovable property management policy reviewed. There's, but that one is a resolution, Chair. I was not quite sure why. If Carl can just assist me here. If that is wrong. MC 071020, Carl, there's references to a resolution there. And I'm currently dealing with recommendations to council. Speaker, kan ek help met daardie Carl?
Carl?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, sorry, it's a mistake. It should be unanimously recommended. The legal section did advise us that there were a workshop where the policy were debated and explained and considered and discussed. And the recommendation from MACO then would be that the policy be noted, and secondly, that the policy as reviewed be approved.
Thank you, Carl. Speaker, so it's on the table. Council agree to that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then I've already made reference to the MFC 081020 on the application to purchase. There's a recommendation A to G on the next page. Council agree to that?
Yes.
Thank you. Application to lease portion of Earth 240 Karatra. Recommendation A, B, C, D, E, and F.
Yes.
Thank you. Then the item that was submitted to the community service meeting held on the 14th of October, the provincialization of municipal museums, A and B. Great.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Next one is items to submit to the infrastructure. MIS 071020 report on illegal and unauthorized electrical connections. The recommendation is A, B, C, D, E, and F. Great. Speaker, I saw a hand. Council.
Maya, it's a hand.
Yes.
Councillor Zuko.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you, Speaker, to the Mayor. I think I did raise my concern in the MACO about the recommendation C, Speaker, because we were advised that there is no challenge with our internal capacity for us to go and appoint an external service provider. I did, though, in the MACO come across as a person who was just saying we don't care about the employees. What I was trying to say is that I think we as an employer, because the reason was that our staff members are being intimidated and stuff like that. So I was trying to say that we as the municipality have a responsibility of making sure when our staff members are doing their job, they are quite safe. So if we've got capacity, there is no way that we can appoint external service providers. We've got a problem already with appointing consultants. So therefore, Speaker, we don't agree with recommendation C. I've made it clear even in the MACO. Therefore, I recommend that we remove C, and we only have 5 recommendations on that one. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Vai.
Madam Speaker, yes, I want to agree with Councillor Chokolo On C as well, just to add to that, to get an outside service provider looking at what our financial situation is in any case at the moment, I don't think it will be wise, and I think it would be a waste of money to do something to now appoint specially a service provider to do this. So I agree and I second that proposal by Councillor Chikolo. Thank you.
Speaker?
Thank you, Councillor Maya. Over to you.
Speaker, no, Councillor Chikolo is correct. I'm a very lenient chairperson, and he debated vigorously in that meeting. I just believe that there was a clear indication that came from administration why this is necessary. So I just think that the MM should respond to Councillor Chikolo again in the council chambers. In the council meeting. MM?
MM, over to you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'll repeat what I said in the mayoral committee meeting. And this is that staff members that apply for positions where danger is a part of the job that they perform. And I refer to staff members that apply for positions of law enforcement officer or traffic officer. They understand that danger is a part. Firefighters are also part of that. The danger is a part of the job that they will perform. However, our other staff members, people that do not apply for positions where danger is normally a part of the job that they perform, I think it would be unfair of us to expect those staff members to, in instances where we know that there are intimidation, and in some instances even more than intimidation taking place. As an employer, it would be unfair for us to put our staff members in that position. So if we are aware that there are potential threats to the safety and to the lives of our staff members, we must be very careful not to put them in a position where they can get hurt, because if something happens to them and we willingly put them in that position, we would be liable as an employer for what happens to them. So I think it's important that I also just repeat that in council. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, now I saw a few hands. It's still your meeting. I'm not going to tell them that they must speak. Speaker, did you hear me? Speaker, can you hear me?
I see Councillor Luzuko's hand was up and Councillor Kraut's. And Councillor Davis' hands is still up. And Councillor Matika.
Thank you, Speaker. Look, I agree with the MM on that one, but that's why I'm saying it's a risk for us to make sure that our staff are working in a safe environment, and we as the institution must take responsibility to make sure that they are safe. But what I don't want, Speaker, I don't accept us appointing an external service provider, whereas we've got capacity. Because for me, capacity is the main thing. We've got capacity, we can do this at the municipality. Why do we have spent a lot of money on this, whereas we can do it? And we can make sure that we take care of our staff as working environment, and also maybe protect them at home. So, Speaker, for me, I said it in the MECO that I'll need to be persuaded more for me to agree for us to appoint an external service provider. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Zuko. Councillor Matika.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think the MM has clarified this issue quite well. Has clarified it quite well. One of the reasons that we opting that at least we must take an outside service provider. It's not that they're going to be a tender somewhere. Something that is, I believe that service providers are already on the database of municipalities. We are saying that here we must make things simple for our communities, and we must make things simple for our staff. Having a company from that the service provider to do this job will make the lives of our employers much easier. Of course, they will be accompanied by law enforcement, but at least we are saying that most of these staff members, they stay with our communities. So you are saying that they must go and disconnect your house, and then tomorrow you must come and stay with the house next to you. It's going to always be threatened. It's always going to be intimidated. And you are saying that we want to save costs. It's going to be more expensive for us to hire security companies for all those staff members that are staying in our areas. It's going to be more expensive because we must hire a 24-hour security in their houses that people will not toy, because people will toy. You must know that. So people will toy and they toy to their house. They try to burn their houses. So we will be spending more money as the one that we will be spending, I can tell you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Matika. Councillor Violence, your hand is still up? Or is it an old
Thank
hand?
you, Madam Speaker. Yes, no, it's not an old hand. No, look, I still cannot agree with good conscience to this, to getting an external service provider to do this. Just to give an example, a week or two ago, there was someone that connected into a pole. There are some people who connected in a pole in one of the informal areas. One of our own officials went there, provided it's in the day, and you could even, I think one of our councilmen is exaggerating when he says that we must now get a whole lot of, it's going to save us a lot of money because we must get security companies to accompany people. I think that a strategy can be worked out on a cost-effective way, and you can delegate certain people. You can even, for example, use someone who's not from that area, then use that person in a different area. But there are many ways that you can look at it without having to appoint an external service provider. I would have been more comfortable if the financial situation of our municipality was also a bit better. But in light of that as well, I cannot agree to the recommendation C. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Matika, is your hand still up?
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much.
Sorry, but
Speaker,
my hand is also
I
up.
think we talk about two issues here. This item doesn't come from individuals disconnections. Because we are talking here, I understand that one is separate. Our staff doesn't have a choice, those individual disconnections. We are saying that here because of what happened in what location, where the whole area, if you use the main road of Concordia, that whole section, we need to disconnect. So we are saying that using a service provider will be much more greater than using our own staff. Because the moment you use our own staff to go and disconnect almost the whole area, that's where we'll find these people who are going to riot. We know there's people who are going to riot, but we must do what, according to the books of this municipality. We are saying that we are not talking about individuals. Yes, individual municipality, we are talking about where there is a mass illegal connection. Then we must send the service provider to go and remove all those illegal connections.
Thank you, Councillor Kraut.
Dankie, Speaker. Ek dink wat Councillor Matika praat is baie die waarheid. Sien dit is maklik om te sê ons moet see uithaal. Maar aan die einde van die dag dink ons nie aan die veiligheid van die werkers nie. Ons weet wat het in Hondi gebeur. Ons weet hoe daar aan die einde van die dag moes gevra word vir sekuriteit vir raadslede. Ek dink net so belangrik soos wat raadslede vir die munisipaliteit is, moet ons werkers ook in ag neem. En ek weet hoe 'n hele paar van die law enforcement werknemers se lewe in gevaar is en hoe hulle name genoem word op in vergaderings en goed. En daar is niemand aan die einde van die dag wat hulle beskerm nie, behalwe net 'n telefoonoproep van die meier om te vra, meneer, is jy nog oké? Is jy en jou familie nog oké? En ek dink dit is baie belangrik, dat ons moet in ag neem, nie net onsself as raadslede nie, maar ons moet ons werknemers ook in ag neem. So ek stem volkome saam met C. Ons moet leer om onsself in iemand anders se voete te sit en nie net dink aan hoe mooi die prentjie lykie. Dankie, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kraus and Mr. Umazonke.
Thank you, Speaker. What Councillor Kraus is saying is that he agrees with Councillor Matika on recommendation C. What Councillor is saying is that we must not be blinded. The security of our staff members depends on the council. So we should not do things or think of things that endanger the workers of this municipality. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Umazonke. Is there anyone else? Yes, Maya, so that we can.
The Speaker was going to get back to the recommendation, but I think I saw the Director Infrastructure's hand somewhere. I'm not quite sure.
My apologies, I didn't see it. But if he was on, he can. Praveer?
Yes. Yes. Madam Speaker, I think my chairperson has covered me adequately. I think he has articulated all the points that I wanted to speak on 100%. So thank you, chairperson. I think I'm covered.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Praveer. Maya, over to you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, you know, I think Councillor Matika touched on the thing which Councillor Tiakola and Councillor Bill Davis probably did not follow. We're looking at the magnitude of the problem here. We've got a serious problem with illegal connections in our northern areas. Not one or two, hundreds of people that is currently illegally connected. And my understanding, Chair, that the only people that can deal with electricity is the Department Infrastructure, Electrotechnical Services. Those are the people that is capable to remove or deal with electricity problems. Now you must understand, you send those people out to deal with a massive disconnection of illegal connections. There's only two ways you can deal with it. You take with you law enforcement, which I believe will still be insufficient to deal with the issue, or you take with you POPs, or even our other friends, if you don't want to mention the names here. So I just believe, Speaker, with all due respect, that we should not be narrow-minded when we deal with this issue. It's a serious problem, and unless we are serious to deal with this magnitude problem, we cannot just accept that a small little department of the nice municipality can go out there on their own without being threatened by public out there to deal with this problem. So Speaker, I just believe that there's probably another way we can deal with it. If we can, for example, just say for a specific activity, if we identify that there are 100 houses or 200 houses currently disconnect, then for that specific, let's call it a project, for that specific project, we then just appoint a person or a service provider to deal with the problem. That service provider should not be a person just to be on standby for any type of illegal connection. That I don't think that should be intention. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Maya. And I don't know, Councillor Zuko and Councillor Davis, your hands are still up. Is it on the same issue?
Yes, Speaker.
Yes,
it's still
okay.
on the same issue, Speaker. Should I continue, Speaker?
Yes, Councillor Zuko.
Speaker, yes, what the mayor is saying, that was my concern exactly when I raised the question about the capacity. Now, if you talk about the magnitude of this problem that's why I got an answer that we don't have a problem with capacity when dealing with these issues. That was my question, and I was covered because my concern was if we don't have capacity then maybe we should consider. But we do, the answer that I got in the make, we do have capacity. But also just to say on what the mayor is saying, we always say we need to be proactive. We've got partnerships with SEPs and other also stakeholders. We must use those partnerships, Speaker. If we are going to go there, we don't need to go there and wait for the problem. We first say, look, we need to consult with our partners. Before we go there, they try and protect the workers. So these things can happen, Speaker, with partnerships. But you can't only think about partnerships when you've got a problem already. But if you foresee that there's going to be a problem, then consult SAPs. Go with SAPs there and do these things. I'm still convinced, Speaker, that we can still remove C and do these things internally. Thank you.
Councillor Levain.
Madam Speaker, I think Councillor Chokolo has really captured it. So yeah, I cannot agree with C. I think we can do everything except C, because C still doesn't. No matter how we look at it, it doesn't make sense. I mean, you can even read there. It says to remove all and apply the penalties as per council's approved. I mean, how you? It's. I don't know how this is going to happen. It's going to be an escalation of costs. It's going to be. How will people be charged? We saw what happened with the water meters and how that escalated for every type of connection that you do or don't do or disconnect and reconnect, etc. So it's definitely costs involved and escalating costs, which so I cannot support recommendation C. Thank you.
Councillor Machika, I think you'll be the last one, then give to the mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, you see, and people are worried about the cost of hiring a service provider, which is very minimal. Cost of service than the cost of ease of this illegal connection. These illegal connections are costing the municipality a lot of money, because each and every week and every day is always there is a power failure or there is something that has to strip because of those people who are connected. They are connecting straight to these transformers. So we must fix those transformers or we must buy another transformer. We are saying that that cost is more than the cost of hiring this service provider to do this. It's very minimal. I can tell you.
Thank you, Councillor Machika. Mayor, I'll give over to you.
Speaker, thank you very much. Just in closing, Councillor Teokolo make references to capacity within the municipality. To me, I think he probably misunderstood what the director at that stage at the mayoral committee meeting told him, because if he listened to what the director just told him in references to his support to what the chairperson is saying, it is quite clear that we don't have the capacity within that directorate to do this massive illegal disconnections. It's quite clear. Those staff will not be able to do that. So if that is true, Speaker, do we then have an option? Or we just leave it as it is? I'm just asking that question to Council currently. Again, I want to stress, if Councillor Teokolo have listened to what Director Infrastructure said in his referral to Councillor Matika's comment, it is quite clear that we in the municipality, in our electrotechnical department, doesn't have the capacity to deal with this issue. Seems to me that is the case. And if that is the case, Chair, then we have just two options. We either leave it as it is, or we get other source of support in this regard. Thanks.
Maya, it's your
No, I just want to be quite clear on that. It did Councillor Teokolo understand it correctly. So
the director.
Yeah, so I'm asking now a simple question. If we don't have the capacity in our own municipality, because you can't send out law enforcement to disconnect illegal connections. It's not within the ambit of expertise. It should be one of the electricians going to be doing that. And it seems to me in what the director said, we do not have the capacity to deal with this massive disconnection of illegal connections. Thanks.
Thank you, Maya. Councillor Luzuko.
Speaker, let me be very clear about this because I was in the meeting and I listened very carefully. Because I asked the question. I asked, do we have capacity problems or is it other issues? And it was made very clear to me. We can go back to the recordings. It was made very clear that we do have the capacity to do that. And that's why I'm saying with my good conscience, I can't go with it because we do have, I was told we do have capacity. It was not about, we're not sure. It was said to me in the meeting. The answer was yes, we can go back to the tapes. The answer was that we do have capacity. So I'm very clear on that. I listened to it very clearly. Thanks, Speaker.
Director, do you want to come in here before the mayor proceed on his meeting?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think from a point of view of whether we have the qualified people who have the capacity to do the disconnections, yes, we do have the people. The number of electricians that we have, I can tell you that we've got very few electricians to be able to effectively do this exercise. And like the mayor is saying, it's a massive exercise that will need to be undertaken to do this disconnections because they in the entire area within the municipality. And I want to stress again, Madam Speaker, that we've already had cases where people have done disconnections of illegal connections, and the threats to people don't come at that time when they do the disconnections. Those threats come at a later time. And most of the time, those threats that come don't come directly to the individual who does the disconnections. It comes to their family members, to their children, and those sorts of things. So it is definitely a problem that we are experiencing. And it is a grave concern for me and my staff that we have a potential for people to be threatened and for them to be injured and their family members to be injured as well. When we talk about single disconnections, it's a simple thing. Our staff go and do disconnections of illegal connections even without protection services and law enforcement. It's a simple thing to do. We go and we undertake that exercise. But it's mass illegal disconnections that we're concerned about, and the capacity to do it in a quick and efficient manner without the potential for there to be a rioting and those kinds of things, and the potential implications, and with the possibility of people's names being spread through social media and the impact that would have for those people that are living within our communities has a serious impact for those staff members. So I want to raise that again, and I want to plead with council to understand what implication that has for my staff members that are working within my department. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Director. I'll give over to you, and then the mayor must take over his meeting.
Speaker, thank you. I just want to bring under council's attention that there are two matters that we need to consider here. One is the question of the safety of people and the liability that the municipality faces if people get electrocuted because of the illegal connections that happen there. So the safety of people are important. The second thing is, and I think both Councillor Matika and the Director for Infrastructure Services refer to this, is the financial losses that we suffer as a result of the illegal connections. So this is something that both in terms of the safety of the community and also in terms of the financial losses that the municipality suffer, that needs our attention. Now, we cannot go into a situation where we can foresee that that our staff will not be able to, that our staff might be intimidated or might even be harmed and still go ahead with that. So I think it's important for me that council just take that into consideration. Ultimately, in terms of the legislation that deals with the safety of the community, the accounting officer is responsible for that, and the accounting officer faces a very harsh sanction if people get hurt or die as a result of these illegal connections. So we will have to do what we need to do to ensure that we deal with the illegal connections, and in a way that does not put the community and also our staff at danger. So I think council should just take that into consideration as well. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Acting MM. Councillor Weil is joined up.
Yes, Madam Speaker, this will be the last comment. I don't want to labor it. Madam Speaker, if it had been quantified to us that this is how much we are losing by illegal connections, how many illegal connections there are exactly, and there was some sort of specific documentation and figure based on what we are actually losing, but there is nothing like that at the moment. I would have felt more comfortable if we had something like that prior to this item. Then we could see, okay, this is the exact figure estimate that we are losing through these connections, and as a result, let's implement this, let's get a service provider. But in the absence of that, I mean, I still cannot support that specific point in the recommendation. Thank you.
Director Technical.
Madam Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of council that we have potential illegal connections that are out there. And I think we must look at the potential danger or hazard to this municipality. If somebody, and I think maybe the item, we don't have the full item in before council, but if somebody dies from one of those illegal connections, and when we wrote the item, we wanted to bring to the attention of council that the danger was not about, we were not concerned, the main thrust of the item was not around potential loss of revenue to the municipality. It was one of the items that we were concerned about. But the main concern that we had as infrastructure services is the potential hazard from some loss of life from those illegal connections. Remember, those illegal connections do not comply with any regulations. They have the potential for loss of life from adults, from children, from animals, and loss of our infrastructure as well. When, for example, people connect to transformers, they damage the transformers, and there's a potential for us for a serious impact on our service delivery as well. So I think that we need to take all of those things into consideration. Remember, if we're going to go and do a survey of how many illegal connections there are going to be in this entire municipality, it probably cost us 200,000 rand. The cost of doing that is huge. But I think if one person dies from those illegal connections that are there are going to be serious implications for Knysna municipality, for the MM, for the director technical, as well as the manager electrical. We're not saying that we're going to remove all illegal connections in one swoop. It's a process, and if you read those recommendations, we're saying it has to be maybe a phased approach, where we have education and try and explain to people what are the potential hazards to them, and start to remove those connections and start to look at what are the other options in which we try and find alternatives to try and address this issue. So I'm saying, Madam Speaker, that it's a concern that the potential for loss of life and loss of potential service delivery to customers of Knysna municipality, and damage to infrastructure. The potential for transformers that might be lost, especially over the next few months, from illegal connections that overload circuits is great. So I'm raising this issue with you. I'm also raising the issue from a point of view where we spend huge amounts of hours in overtime trying to fix transformers that are damaged from illegal connections as well. So I'm raising all of these issues, Madam Speaker, and raising it from the point of view that if somebody dies, Knysna municipality will face a huge risk from potential implications of lawsuits. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Wasserman.
Thanks, Speaker. Can I ask for a 10-minute caucus, please?
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. I just need to look at the time.
Speaker,
Yes, Mayor.
before the day goes to caucus, Speaker, I just want to inform councillors. These items serve before all Section 80 committee responsible infrastructure. I find it very strange, Speaker, at this moment that people want to get all the information. Why didn't they ask the information in that meeting? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Wasserman, you must be back at 25 past, if I'm correct, now quarter past. Councillor Wasserman? Councillor Wasserman? Mayor, can you hear me? Councillor Wasserman?
I can hear you. I can hear
Yes,
you. So
we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I think we're back, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Weideman, Councillor Wasserman.
They're all coming back.
Okay.
Speaker, we're back.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, I just want to get my agenda back. After listening to Pravir speaking about the phased-in approach that he would like to take, I think that we can support the recommendation as long as there is an added recommendation that deals with that we can resolve that there is that approach. So would you mind if I ask Pravir just to formulate a recommendation that then sets out what that phased-in approach would be, Speaker?
Maya? Yes, Director?
Speaker, no, it's fine. I will listen to the Director now.
Yeah, because this is coming from you. Director?
Sorry, Speaker, it's Jacques Lawrence here. The Director's just stepped down quickly. Can we just maybe pause for an additional 5 minutes, please? And then can Councillor Wasserman just repeat her question when the Director returns, all right? Sorry, the Director's returned.
Sorry, Madam Speaker,
Thank you, Praveen.
I just stepped out to go to the loo.
Yes, can Councillor Wasserman repeat the...
Sure. Pravir, after you spoke at the end now about the phased-in approach around the disconnections and how you envisaged it being rolled out, we can support a recommendation that encapsulates that. And I would just like to ask that you formulate a recommendation that then sets out how that phased-in approach would work, and that we can then resolve with the recommendations, but then including that as an additional recommendation. Would you be able to put that into words for us?
Yes, Councillor. All we need to then say is, because the recommendations that we have made are quite comprehensive. It talks about councillors being part or having interactions with councillors, and a media campaign and all of those activities. So I would then just, all we need to then say is that I'm just consulting with Jacques here with me, that we must say that we only need to add in one additional recommendation, Councillor, is that an investigation be done into all the areas or all illegal connections in all areas, and that a phased approach be adopted with regards to the disconnection or removal of illegal connections.
Yeah.
That would
Okay.
work. Thank you, Pravir.
Speaker. No, Speaker, I need to get clarity because it's a very vague comment which may be made by the Director. When you talk about the phase-in process, he started off by saying that we should start with this whole campaign about informing people about the danger and the infrastructure that has been vandalized and the cost thereof. Is that the phase that we're talking about? First that phase, and then the second phase, and then the disconnection phase? Or is he talking about a phase-in of this month 20, the next month 22, and that? Is that what you're talking about? Because if that is going to be the case, we might end up in a situation whereby we have 20 disconnected this month, and when you start next month with the next 20, there will be another 20 being connected. I need to understand whether that is possible, because to my knowledge, if you want to deal with that on that basis, Speaker, it's going to be very difficult. I just want to get clarity on that from the Director.
Director?
And then we're not going to start from one ward.
Madam Speaker, I think what we'd have to do is we'd have to have a media campaign first, and then we'd have to have an interaction with the communities, and then what we'd have to do is we'd have to try and do all of the disconnections at once, so that we deal with all the communities in one go. We won't be able to do them in one day, but we'd have to do them in one exercise, the disconnections.
Speaker, if that is,
yes, Mayor.
No, Speaker, if that is the case, then I didn't. I therefore understand we will continue having an external services, but the intention is first to have this whole media campaign and informing news ward councillors and the media and ward committees and street committees to talk to the people about the danger, all these things. And once we've done that as the first phase, the next phase will then be, as I understand correctly now, this external service provider will then, so we've already told the community that's going to happen. There will be an external service provider. I'm going to do that on that specific date, and the community needs to act. I want to understand that that's going to be phased. If that is fine, Speaker, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, Councillor Skosana.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think we are deliberating with this item. We even said in a meeting, I think councillors will, let me start by saying that I'll suggest that councillors to attend Section 80's Enumeral Committee meeting where we debate these issues into depth. Because we even make suggestions there in terms of saying that within our IDP meetings, we need this item to be like a standing item. Within even with what councillors meeting, remember it won't be easy like recommendation is saying that we must just assist. We need to have a standing item within our what committee meetings and in what councillors meeting to work hands in glove with the department. I think the department has made it explicitly clear when they were talking about this item and where it's deriving from and moving forward, how to deal with these issues. And the mayor correctly said now. I think now we are wasting most of our energy that we've already wasted our energy in the Section 80s where we're supposed to deliberate within the mayor's committee. I think we should move with the item as it is. Thank you.
Councillor Ngezu.
Speaker, jabulisa meeting. Speaker, izaba ngathi meeting mhlawumbe zabuza nje i-question is-stupid apha kule meeting. Nam ndiyavumelana, andifuni ukuzibona ngathi ke ndizifake ekoneni okanye ndisupport i-illegal connection, but ke i-question efuna ndiyibuze le. Eyam i-question ke Speaker izawuthi kuyo yonke le nto siyiplenayo apha siyixoxa apha kule meeting. Sizawuya ebantwini sothi sikhupha i-illegal connection. Yintoni esiza nayo? Funeka size nento sibe neplan esiza nayo ebantwini. Nethi nje siye nje siyokhupha illegal connection. Our job is to remove illegal connection, but nothing esiza nayo siyibeke etafuleni. Because aba bendike ndiyave ngathi kuza amandela ipolisi yoba abantu bakwazi ukufikelela kumaxabiso oba umbane bazithengele umbane. Seba ayikho into enjalo enokwenzeka because ayikho easy lesiyithetha apha. Akuba ndoyika abantu, ndoyika i-leaks, but kufuneka size nento etafuleni siyibeke uba sisusa lena sibeka le. Enkosi.
Speaker, then, yeah, sorry.
What the councillor is saying is that he just wants to ask a question. If we say we do the removal of illegal connections, what is it that we are bringing to the people to ease the way of accessing maybe electricity? Did we not say previously that we will come up with a way to maybe try and lessen maybe the amount of money people are paying to put in electricity boxes? Thank you.
Maya, over to you.
Speaker, now the one that Councillor Neza was referring to is another issue. I think that is where people want to connect legally when they're already on a piece of land, and they want, in that instance, the municipality to provide a box, whether it's a backyard dweller or another, but it's not these massive connections to poles that we're talking about here. Speaker, listening to Councillor Wasserman, I believe that if the phasing process that they were talking about, then we've already addressed that as E. Now, I want to understand the phase-in process clearly. That's why I said I want to understand it. Phasing means there will be communication with the community, there will be explanations to the community, there will be well in advance telling what's going to happen. That will be the first phase. And the next phase would therefore be the real disconnection by a service provider. If that is what the DA wants to put in here, Speaker, I just want to say that that's already there as part of the recommendation, unless their understanding of the phasing is a different process, Speaker. For that reason, I would then that we stick with the recommendation, Speaker, as in front of Council, because it do.
Councillor Wasserman, Councillor Ngezu, your hand is up. Is the old hand?
Sorry, Speaker. Where you heard me?
Can I go ahead, Speaker?
Yes, Councillor Wasserman.
Thanks. No, I agree with the Mayor that the recommendation does contain those aspects. It does talk about the advertisement in the local media, and it does talk about ward councillors conveying the dangers through a public participation process. But what it doesn't say is that this will be done first and then this will be done second. It seems like it all gets done at the same time. So we just want to be very clear that the resolution is that there's a media campaign, which is the advertisement in D, that there is interaction with the communities, which I trust will be broader than just ward councillors chatting to residents, but actually a more formalized situation, and then the disconnection. And I think that, Mayor, is what the recommendation is missing as it is now, and which we would like to see. Thank you.
I think the recommendation, Maya, I think the recommendation, let's just change the the way the recommendation is put, like E, you put first, and then C, you make just change the ABCDs there.
Speaker, no, yes, listen, I totally agree with Councillor Wasserman. You need to make sure that the community understand what the council's intentions are. They need to know what they do is wrong and the dangers thereof. We all agree on to that. So if it will help or assist the day that we then put these processes in sequence as a phase 1 and as a phase 2, as a phase 3, I don't have a problem with that, Speaker. I'm not quite sure whether Councillor Wasserman wants that to be be part of the recommendation that is in front of us. If that is the case, then we can do that. I don't have a problem with that. Thanks.
Can administration just assist us here so that we can move? Please.
Hi, Madam Speaker.
Yes,
I'm just trying to craft something. The recommendation will be that there will be a phased approach prior to disconnection of illegal connections. Phase 1 of the process will be a media campaign on the dangers of illegal connections. Phase 2 will be councillor interactions and community meetings, and phase 3 will be the disconnections of illegal connections. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Pravir. Maya?
So then, Speaker, let's look now at the recommendation as a whole. A would be then still be the same. B will be remain as it is. C will then remain as it is. And then we will start with the spacing process, which the director was referring to. So D would then make reference to that phase in process. And then we don't actually need a E as it stands there, but then we remove that E because it's part of the D phasing process, and then we'll just have the F, which now becomes the E. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, Mayor.
No, Speaker, I don't know whether that's correct.
That's correct, Mayor.
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, then that will be the recommendation to Council and Speaker. Are we in agreement to that?
Thank you.
Yes, Mayor, you can move.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move still on page 77. This was an item to be submitted to the Integrated Human Settlements Committee. The submission of the revised business plan received from the WCDHS. Recommendation A, B, and C. Agree to that?
Yeah, Mayor.
Thank you. Next one will be MIHS 03-1020, the formal submission of consideration of the overall draft IHS policy part 2. Recommendations A to G. Agree to that?
Yeah, Mayor.
Speaker.
Speaker, can I just quickly get clarity from the Mayor which page he's on right now?
We're on page 78.
Page 78. Okay, then can I ask something quickly? Mayor, I just wanted to ask, for instance, at Curlew Courts at the moment, you have tenants who have lease agreements with the municipality. So my first question is, what will the impact be on the tenants of the new lease agreement that is envisaged in this recommendation, firstly? And secondly, I just want to find out when last we checked whether the tenants currently living in Curlew Court are actually the tenants who've been approved in terms of our policy, because I've been told that there might be people living there who shouldn't be living there. So what would the process be, just to clarify who should be living in Curlew and who not? So those two questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Speaker, thank you very much to Councillor Wasman for the question. Although that is not going to change the recommendation, I think if there's anyone of the administration that want to respond to that, I think it's a fair question. It might not change the recommendation in front of us, but if anybody wants to respond in that regard, Director Integrated Human Settlements, Dwinnes.
I see Mr. Dwinnes' hand is up.
Chairperson, thank you, Speaker. The rights of the current tenants will remain. Any new development will have an impact on the new tenants within the development. That's one issue. The other issue in terms of verification of tenants, I will come back to the councillor in terms of that. Don't have the answer now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Dwinnes. Are we agreeing with A to G?
Agreed, Mayor. Agreed.
Stem saam, burgemeester.
Thank you. Page 79, Sanral and HDA proposed Negus interchange development, conclusion of the implementation protocol, IP, unanimously recommended to Council A, B, C, and D. Agreed, councillors? Okay.
Thanks. Mayor, we've received a copy of a letter, which is the reprioritization of housing. Basically, it's the national government which is saying that the rollout, particularly of B&G housing, is going to change, and that there will be a focus on very specific groups of beneficiaries, and service sites will be prioritized rather than B&G homes. So I just wanted to know, what is the impact on our current housing rollout plan? Will there be an impact, and if so, what?
Speaker, again, thank you very much. Again, I don't think that will change the current recommendation pertaining to this specific item, but I'm aware of that, Councillor Wasserman, that letter that was sent to, even to my office from the National Minister of Integrated Human Settlements. It's going to be very interesting, to be honest with you, because I believe that is the way to go if you want to deal with this massive backlog on housing. The impact on our own projects, I would again want to refer this either to the chairperson, the portfolio chairperson, or to Mr. Donis. Which one of you are prepared, Mr. Donis? I see you saying thanks, Chair.
Speaker, thank you very much. We are currently busy with our business plans for the 2021-22 financial year in conjunction with the Provincial Department of Human Settlements. I'm at this point in time, they indicated to us that they will still honor our pipelines that are currently busy in terms of our agreed business plan. But going forward, this will have a significant implication on all municipalities across the country with regards to the revision of their business plans. Once we have our new business plan, we will submit it to the Section 80 and to Council.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Donis. Maya?
Thank you, Davi. Speaker, so there's the recommendation A, B, C, and D. Are we in agreement to that?
Yeah, Mayor.
Thank you.
Great.
Let's move on. Next one, MIHS 051020, Implementation Southern Cape Corridor Development Catalytic Project, Business Plan, and Financial Modeling. There is, I'm not quite sure, we normally refer to A, B, C, D, E, but there's now a nice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 till 14 subheadings or recommendations. I'm not even quite sure what we call it now. But just on number 4, we omitted there Mr. Donis and the portfolio chairperson Bongani. We should just add the following projects which are currently being implemented by Naisna, Etembeni, and Lovini, Heidevallei, Rinedal, Karatra, Sotfu, Edameni, Katanga, Simdalan, and Sesfield infill, including Bongani, should be added to that. I saw a few hands, Speaker. I can see a few hands, Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, we are now on Councillor Nerso. I see your hand is up.
Speaker, no, I didn't ask. I just said I see a few hands. There are about 3 hands.
Yeah, I see Councillor Nerso's hand is up, and the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Kraut.
Speaker, I am short man. And we won't khobololo mona at besingensinile kule vekle kemphele khobololo. Iphela ndaba belapha ndiyiboni ngoku nayo. Natso nje into efuna uyazi bawe mhlawumbi. Banocacelwa khona Nkosi. Andifuni kuyenza ikhobololo la salt refill, ndifuna uba sure uba ayiphela ndaba. Xa sithetha ngale salt refill sithetha ngephela ndaba okanye sithetha ngeNkosi.
Because 2 things that I don't see in the recommendation is Khobololo and Pelanda. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Kraut, I saw your hand up, and the Deputy Mayor.
Dankie Speaker. Ek dink raadslid Jesu het ons gedek met dit wat hy nou sopas gesê het. Dankie.
Deputy Mayor.
Speaker.
Speak. What Councillor Kraus was saying is that is covered by what Councillor Ngezu is saying. The 2 places, Khobololo and Pelanda, but that are not included. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mazonke. Deputy Mayor.
No, Speaker, thank you very much once again. Speaker, I think I'm covered by the Executive Mayor. Indeed, we have omitted Bongani, and these other areas are already mentioned by councillors. I think I'm covered. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor Maya.
Speaker, then going back to the recommendation, with the amendment for those areas that were omitted and now being put back, the recommendation is to council, and it starts with 1 to 14. Are we in agreement with that, Speaker?
Yes, agreed, Mayor, agreed.
Okay. Speaker, thank you very much. That ends my session.
Thank you, Maya. We are now going to point number 15, 15.1, and that is a matter submitted by the acting municipal manager. Report on audit committee meetings that was held on the 29th of August. And the recommendation is that we need to adopt it. Councillor Wasserman and then the Mayor.
Thanks, Speaker. My problem with just adopting this report is when you look in the report itself, it has some very serious and hard-hitting words. For example, on page 84, in the middle of the page, it talks about, there's that in bold, they've said the audit committee is most concerned that following the cancellation of the contract with our internal auditor, and with the measures being taken and contemplated to cut expenditure in view of the municipality's cash crisis, the steps that had been planned to conduct some of the audits internally and to appoint a panel of external auditing firms to conduct various elements of the audit plan will not be nearly met, with serious implications, not least in relation to the next annual audit by the AG. And it says this matter now requires urgent attention, and it also says it's even more relevant and urgent today. So when we adopt the report, are we taking steps to deal with this or not? It seems to me that just in adopting the report, we don't actually, as a council, resolve to do anything about this important issue that's been raised. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Maya?
Speaker, yes, after Councillor Bosman, I don't have to say anything because that was precisely my concern, Speaker. For me, just to adopt a report for the sake of adoption, then I need to question why is the audit committee meeting? Why do they meet? So she's actually hit the nail on his head there. I'm not questioning what must I adopt here. Thanks.
Thank you, Acting MM.
Yes, Speaker, if I can perhaps help. So the audit committee is both a help to the council and to the management of the municipality. So when you adopt the report of the audit committee, it means that you take cognizance of what they say. And in some instances you agree with them, in others you don't agree with them, but you take cognizance of what they say. So if you look at this matter that Councillor Wasserman, for instance, raised, it's something that I think that the council should take serious cognizance of, and as management we must also take cognizance of, because the audit committee is warning us of my English is gone today, Speaker. The gevolgen. What will happen if that matter is not addressed? So
consequences.
Consequences. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The consequences of not dealing with that matter. So the audit committee, Speaker, is an independent body, and they make the decisions and they make the recommendations that they feel they want to make. With adopting the report, you simply say that you've noted what they said, and if the council feels that they want to take anything further in the matters that the audit committee raised, the council can do so in whatever way it feels it wants to do. I hope that helps, Speaker.
Thank you, Acting MM Maya. Your hand is still up, and then Councillor Kraut.
Speaker, now unfortunately it's an old and I assisted the MM there with the word consequences. My apologies.
Councillor Kraut.
Thanks, Speaker. I think What I would like to see in the recommendation is the corrective measures that council need to do for what they say on page 83. On what they say on page 83 or number C. So instead of just noting and adopting the report, I would like to see that the audit committee is saying to council, this is what is at risk and this is the corrective measures that we need to address in this instances. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kraut. Is there anyone else? Mr. Beryl, I see you.
Yes,
You want to say something? Yes.
Speaker, I'd just like to add that we've discussed this now at least 3 audit committee meetings, one after the other, maybe 4. The chief audit executive, Mr. McCartney, has been in touch with the supply chain management division in order to sort this matter out. You know, it's now almost it will be going on for almost a year and a half since the old external internal auditors their contract ended at the end of July last year. So we haven't got a replacement, and the suggestion was, and the supply chain management people were working on the basis of appointing a panel of external auditors who would look at various aspects of the internal audit and do reports as internal auditors. And that hasn't yet, the contracts have not yet been awarded. I understand that there was a misunderstanding on the part of the supply chain management division as to what actually was required. But I see Mr. McCartney was part of this meeting, and I don't know if he can add anything to that. He has been in touch recently with supply chain, and he can report on the latest developments as far as he is aware of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beryl. Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Speaker. Afternoon, councillors and other officials. It is complicated. Unfortunately, it's been a result of several issues, one being the cash situation in the municipality. In 2018, Council approved a new organogram for internal audit, whereby there would be a greater focus on insourcing the function as much as possible. We did start with the interview process. We did shortlist and we did the interviews and we found a suitable candidate. However, that was exactly when the cash crisis hit, and our post and the impact post were the first 2 to be frozen after just before sending the letters to the individuals. So that's from the internal side. So we would have been much less reliant on an external service provider and their whims on resigning or not working, not wanting to work with the municipalities in SA anymore, EY specifically. We then went out on a tender, and there was a misunderstanding, and I think the misunderstanding might even have been more on my side than supply chain. So I don't want to drop my colleagues there in supply chain in trouble. Is we intended a panel to be a panel of internal auditors and a separate panel for forensic, and a separate panel for risk, and a separate panel for IT specific audits. However, that's where the miscommunication came in, and they assumed that, or they understood us to mean that it was a panel of one internal auditor, one forensic specialist, one. We've resolved that issue, and it was to serve in front of a BAC that would have been this week. BAC, sorry. I assume that as we, I don't know, I haven't heard back. I assume that there hasn't been a BAC this week. Otherwise, I'm sure I would have heard back. But once that's in place, then we will have access to that. We've also kindly, since the acting MM's been here, he's reinstated our access to Barnell, or not reinstated, allowed us to go ahead with Barnell. So we're going ahead, and me and I've got a seconded staff, Superkazi, and an intern, and we are doing our level best to catch us up by the year end with the risk-based audit plan. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Walter. Maya, over to you.
Speaker, thank you very much again. Speaker, yes, thank you for that response by Mr. McCarthy. Just on that other report, which is part of the internal report, when you have these findings, these key findings, there were 8 of them. It was raised by our internal auditors or risks group. Walter het so lang naam gehad vir stadium dat ek al sy naam al vergeet, sy titel vergeet het. But there is these findings, and then there would be a response by management whether they agree or disagree, or whether they partially agree or not. And let me just go through the first one. Management, and that's on page 91, management partially agree with the finding. I'm not going to read further. The second one, management partially agree with the finding. And the third one, management totally disagree with the findings. The fourth one, management agree there. Luckily, they're now in agreement. 4 and 5, they're in agreement. Number 6, management disagree with the finding. Number 7, management disagree with the finding. And number 8, I'm not quite sure whether they agree or disagree with that one. The question I want to raise, Speaker, is when management is disagreeing with our internal auditors on these findings, what is the way forward? Do internal audit then accept the fact that they disagree and we just leave it now and vee het maar onder die mat en is nou klaar? Jy het nog 'n disagree, is fine, kom ons vee het in die mat en ons gaan voort met. What is the next process when there's a disagreement in this regard? Thanks. And even if there's an agreement, whether the internal audit will then follow up, whether we agree that this is the finding. Now let's move forward and see what you're going to do about it. Thanks.
Thank you, Maya. Walter.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. Actually, it comes to something I said a bit earlier. It is interesting if you look at number 6, for example, they disagree, but then they state a bit further down the recommendation is noted and will be implemented going forward. We are happy with disagreements. Disagreements keeps a healthy debate. It's the same between, I think it started very much more with the Auditor General, like on the piggyback regulation and things like that. It stands as is, and the final say so with these reports, not the final say so, but the major input are two individuals or 2 bodies is the MM, because the report goes to him or whoever is the MM, and it also goes to the audit committee. And if the finding stands, then it stands. Where my previous comment is Barnell. Barnell's going to changes this whole process. Previously, it's been a massive frustration, both at the audit committee. I'm sure council's aware of their frustration on implementation of their recommendations approved by council. Barnell is an electronic system, obviously, and one of the major benefits of it is that similar to the Ignite SDBIP system and Collaborator, it now keeps these recommendations and findings in one, and as you can see there on the last column, there's a date by 31 August 2020. This finding would be on number 6, would be implemented. So on that date, an email will go to the CFO and the accountant treasurer, and it will go and say, please be aware this was the due date. Please attach proof of implementation. If not, it will then notify us. So there is now a system in-house that will monitor all those findings for us. And obviously, we will then include them as in the next reports going to council, audit committee, so forth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Walter. Councillor Wasserman.
Thanks. Just to follow up, thank you, Walter, for your answer to my question. I just then want to confirm that what you're saying to council is that there's nothing that we need to resolve or do at this stage. Everything is under control to address that particular concern raised by the audit committee. Is that correct? Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Sure. Weighty question. Yes, we have everything in place to respond to those concerns. Obviously, as the audit committee's primary liaison within the organisation, me and my seconded staff do our level best and make sure that they satisfied and that the institutions obviously providing the proper responses and inputs. So yes, I feel we have everything in place currently, and I'm quietly confident that the BAC will go ahead with the amended recommendation we've sent them. So I feel internal audit is in a good place. The only one would be that but that's administrative function, is I would like to get permanent internal audit staff inside. But other than that, I feel confident. Thank you. And yes, council doesn't need to at this stage be concerned.
Okay, thank you, Walter. Is there anyone else so that we can move, Mr. Barrow?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Barrow.
No, I'm happy. I think Walter has clarified issues admirably. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrow. Can we go then to the recommendations, Councillor? Councillors, can we go to the recommendation?
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you. Then we go to 15.2, the quarterly budget statement, quarter ending September 2020. And this report comes from the Executive Mayor. Page 99. Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, I want to raise one particular concern, which is on page 109.
Yes.
And that is the cash versus commitments. And it looks like, it's a bit unclear, but it looks like we have a shortfall in September of 70, what does that say, 76, 78 million rand. So I just want to know what the plan is and what the possible implications are of that shortfall on us going forward, please, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I think what Councillor Wasserman actually should look is when I'm speaking about the financial overview, and that will start on other pages where my response to that situation has been addressed. But I want, when you look at that specific table, what Councillor Wasserman will see that there is references, for example, to capital replacement reserve, which is not cash funded. So those are figures that are there. And also the secured investment that we're talking about this. So there's a lot of figures there, Chair, that if you take that out, and we're not supposed to take them out, which probably would change the situation. But I think the answer to Councillor Wasserman would be when we look at page And unfortunately, the information in front of council, which is now the ones that Councillor Wasserman is making references, is outdated. And there was a, I'm not quite sure, amended financial overview from the mayor, and I'm not quite sure whether councillors received that one.
Item for discussion.
Not the one that is on page 105, but it was an amended one. I just want to find out whether councillors, because I was going to read it first before Councillor Wasserman was putting up a hand, because that will in itself, Chair, assist Councillor Wasserman a lot in what the current position of the municipality is. So I'm not quite sure whether councillors received that.
Thank you.
Speaker, there's something wrong here. I saw still the end of Councillor Wasserman.
It's a new hand. It's just to answer your question, Mayor, to say no. No, it's not a follow-up, it's just an answer to that question. No, it would be lovely to have up-to-date, comprehensive information. Thanks, Mayor. But we haven't received it, no.
Speaker, if that is true, then it's unacceptable, because the information that was given to councillors, it's information, Chair, which I belong, it's not correct, and therefore it's not my overview that is in the council agenda as it is. I amended that, that's the one that I received, and I called in the finance department because I was not happy with that final overview. And I believe it's just fair for councillors to look at the ones which I've submitted. So at this moment, Chair, I'm a bit in a difficult space because the report in front of the councillors, starting on page 105, going through to 106 and 107, and to some extent 108, Speaker, that changed drastically. Because even if you look at the table, Councillor Wasserman, on page 107, that does not give us a clear picture what is the current position of the municipality, financial position of the municipality. So for that, Speaker, I'm not quite sure I'm going to deal with this issue now. Because it's expected from council now to agree to the recommendations set out on page 104, but those recommendations, Speaker, did not address my concerns and my responses to the current status. Yes, the MM sent is there.
Thank you, Mayor. MM?
Speaker, don't you want to just move on beyond this point and come back to it later so that I can just have an opportunity to see what happened here? If you'll allow that to happen, please, Speaker.
Okay, then, MM. Can we then go to the next? There are two items that we need to come back to now. Councillor Zuko, is your hand is up?
Yes, yes, no, Speaker. I wanted to continue with this report because from what I heard from the mayor is that it's the problem that he's got. It's the financial overview, which starts from 105, I think, up to 108. So I thought we were going to continue with the other information. Or if it's up to you, Speaker, if you want us to wait for the whole report, we deal with it when we got those details. It's fine by me.
I thought that's what the MM.
Speaker, in response to Councillor Wasserman, he can continue if he wants to, but the answers has already been given in the financial overview, which you don't have in front of him. For him then to interrogate that specific overview will then address the information, because the other things are just normal tables, which now some of them which I personally question in my response, in my report. But if he wants to deal with those tables, I'm happy with it. I don't have a problem with it.
No, Speaker, my questions, Speaker, to the mayor are mainly on the part 2 of this report. So unless the information that the mayor is saying we don't have will have an influence in that part, then I'll have to wait, Speaker. But I think I'll wait, Speaker. We can do it. We can do another item and then wait for the information. Thanks, Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zuko. Let's move from that item and then come back on it when the MM is ready. We're going to
Speaker, no, Councillor, sorry, my interjection there, Speaker. No, Councillor, your call is correct. Listen here, in my response, when I look at what the mayor must do, that part which he referred to is the SDBIP, Speaker. I'm happy to respond to that at this moment. But based on the financial position of the municipality, that's part one, and the financial overview of the municipality, that one I just want to deal with at a later stage when all the councils receive all the correct information.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
I see the end of the MM.
MM?
Speaker, yes, the replacement document was sent by Tracy to all the councillors on the 26th of October together with the supplementary agenda. So if councillors will just go back on the 26th of October 1421, Tracy D. Berger sent the supplementary agenda, and then there was a document titled MBRR section 52 September 2020.
Thank you, MM. Councillor Zuko?
Speaker, I'm still trying to get to the email that the MM is talking about, Speaker.
No, I thought you were going to deal with which part do you want? I thought you were going to deal with part two.
I'm a bit lost. I thought we were okay. It's fine. It's fine. Let me deal with part two. Then we'll come back to this one, Speaker. Let me deal with my questions on part two. Then, see now I've already went out of this. Just a few seconds, Speaker. Because now I was going to my email. Speaker, the first one is on page 33. We can just maybe go to page 33 of this. Speaker, I must say, when I looked at this, let's start on page 31, Speaker. Just on a light note, Speaker, on a light note, when I looked at this last night, you know, I looked at the colors and I saw red, blue, green, and yellow, and I saw, hey, this chart, if you look at the pie chart, it is representing the colors of these different parties. And the third largest party is the biggest in the pie. And we are second, and the ANC with their two colors, green and yellow, they are the smallest one. So I was looking at it and laughed at it. But Speaker, getting serious there quickly, I'm very much disappointed, Speaker, on page 33. If you look at the KPIs,
Speaker, just a point on clarity. Speaker, just a point of clarity. And I need to understand, I just need to understand what Councillor Tiokolo is referring to, the largest and the smallest and parties and these things. I know pie got something to do with parties. So party, the pie dancers. I'm not quite sure whether the Councillor, what he's talking about, and I don't want to be lost here, please. Because I need to respond to things, and I can't respond to parties and pies.
No, don't entertain that one, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Speaker, let me continue. We'll take this one outside, Mayor. Speaker, I was looking at the different directorates, Speaker. Look, the first one, for an example, out of 5 KPIs that are supposed to have been met, none has been met. Everything is red there. And if you look at the portion that is left there, there's nothing much that was not applicable in this quarter. The other one, Speaker, is the municipal managers one. Out of 14 KPIs, only 4 were met. So and it's very much disappointing, Speaker. That office is very much disappointing to have a municipal manager having only met 4 KPIs out of 14. But maybe we will have the explanations on that one, Speaker. Just going to page 42, Speaker. That is KPI, I think TL31. This KPI, Speaker, I found it common to all these directorates. All of these directorates, they couldn't achieve this KPI. And the name of the KPI says 100% of council resolutions implemented and reported on within 7 days after council meeting. The performance comment there is the same to all of these directorates. No information was received by the time of the report. So I don't understand what's going on there, but I found it's been common to all of these directorates. Then my other one, Speaker, is on page 46. Page 46, that is the KPI, which is TL56. So that's page 49, Speaker. Page 49. TL56. I just want to understand this one, Speaker, because referring back to what the question of Councillor Wasserman, but this one I think it might be connected, but I want to make sure. Is this also impacting on what the question was asked by Councillor Wasserman about the shortfall that we're having? Is that also a factor to that? For now, Speaker, I'll end there. Maybe I'll have more, but I'll end there for now. Thanks.
Speaker.
Thank you, Hugo.
Speaker, in response to Councillor Teokolo, I think Councillor Teokolo must at one stage going to read C1310-2020. It's an item on the agenda that deals with the report on the delay in the signing performance agreements of the municipal manager and directors for 2020-2021. When you read that report, you will understand the problems that myself and the MM is currently experience regarding the performance and the KPIs of the directors and even the MM. And he would then understand and probably have some sort of understanding for the frustration for myself and the MM regarding these specific, the SDPUP and the KPIs attached to that. The other thing, Chair, I also want Councillor Teokolo just to understand that he must look at it from a perspective where there's some of these KPIs is not supposed to be met in the first quarter. We're dealing with the first quarter here. So I just want Councillor Teokolo to take that also in consideration, that although there's not being met, just double check whether it should be met in the first quarter, the second, the third, or the fifth quarter, if we have a fifth quarter. But if the MM want to respond to this also, is welcome to do that. MM? My view will be a response on the activities of the MM. MM, if you want to respond on that.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Thank you very much. I cannot give, I'm not in a position to give you detailed information, but I can give you examples, Mr. Mayor. If you look at, for instance, TL4 and TL5, that was a direct result of the budget being adopted late by the council. The council will remember that the budget was only adopted on the 29th of June, a day before the start of the financial year. Now, normally, budgets are adopted towards the end of May, and that then gives the administration enough time to do what needs to be done in terms of the SDBIP and so forth and so on. So it's difficult. I cannot go through all 14 of those at the moment, but I can just give you those two. There are usually good reasons for why a KPI is not met, Mr. Mayor. I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, MM. Councillor Matika.
Very much, Chair, Speaker. Speaker, I just wanted also to highlight that Councillor Chokolo must also check some of these KPIs are not the quarterly KPIs, yearly KPIs. So you must also be aware that you must not just look and take it, all these KPIs are for a quarter, for this first quarter, it's a first quarter. Some of them are yearly. So as for they run through the year, it's not a quarterly KPIs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matika. Councillor Zuko.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Just for the mayor and Councillor Matika, that's why I was very careful when I was talking about these KPIs. That's why just to make an example, when I spoke about human settlements, I didn't say they are 8. I said they are 5. I took the ones that are not met. The not applicable ones I didn't consider. So I'm considering the 5. The 3 I don't consider. Then there's 0. That's why I'm saying. So I've looked at it carefully to say the ones that are not met, even if you look at the pie chart, the bigger part, 35%.49, they are not applicable, which is what you're saying exactly. We shouldn't look at that. So I didn't consider that at all. I looked at the nice colors. That's why I'm asking those. I know the others are not applicable. That's why I didn't ask those. Thank you, Speaker. I hope I'm clear about that.
Thank you, Councillor Zuko Maya.
No, Speaker, thank you very much. You said that's why I like Councillor Teokolo. Not because he spoke about not nice colors and nice colors, but the fact that he's very observant, Speaker. But what I want to say, Speaker, is that I've got a mayoral committee that deals with performance and KPIs on a regular basis. My first questions to them would be in my meetings, did you look at your SDBIP this week? Every Monday when I sit down with them individually, I will ask them, did you look at your SDBIP? Did you look what is supposed to be done with capital expenditure or operational expenditure? Do you know how much money is in that budget in the specific vote? Did you check that money will be spent? What is the reason for that? So those questions, Councillor Teokolo, I can assure you, I'm having on a weekly basis one-on-one with the portfolio councillors to deal with this issue about performance and to deal with the issue about spending money that is being provided in the budget. But there is a big frustration currently that some of these performance agreements is not in line with our objectives, with SDBIPs, and sometimes not even those KPIs are addressing the things that we want to achieve as a council. But I love the fact, Speaker, that Councillor Teokolo is so observant, disappointed in his discrimination against colours. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Matika has your hand up. Councillor Matika. Okay.
The speaker and the
Thank you, Councillor Matika.
Speaker, if we then continue with the questions written by Councillor Wasserman, and all councillors received now that report of mine, which I just want to go through with council, and then they can ask questions afterwards. I just want to make sure that the councillors received it.
I thought it was there, Mayor.
Okay, Speaker, if they've received it, Speaker, I just want to go to that financial overview because it's important that we understand what's happening in the finances of the municipality. The cash and cash equivalents at the end of September 2020, it's 70 million rand, Councillor, and it's strategic decisions and the reasons for that. We took strategic decisions and resolutions to improve the cash position, and that have been implemented. Then there were also additional recovery plans. Turnaround strategies have been developed especially in consideration of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has negative impact on the financial position of the municipalities. So the two things that we've dealt with since the start of this financial year is one, that we in council already in our budget started with this whole process of cutting on expenditure, and our expenditure is basically based on service delivery issues. That in itself, Chair, assists us in dealing with our cash position. Then the next one, Chairperson, the current ratio, it stated that 2.66 to 1, and NT's norm is you should be above 1.5, 2 to 1. Now, I've raised this issue previously that we include debt as, and I just want to get the right word now. I want to refer you to the right table also in that regard. On page, I think it's page 15. Yes, on page 15, Chair, when we refer to debt as a asset. Now, I've always had this difficulty in understanding whether that shouldn't be an asset, because if the majority of the debt is irrecoverable, it can be perceived as a asset. So what I'm trying to achieve through the next paragraph there is that if you exclude the debt as part of our assets, the 19 days, for example, and you then do the calculations, then the ratio would be 1.61 to 1. You can add on that, Chair, and that is where Councillor Basman and I start having problems in the way that we look at these things. Part of our assets is investments. Now just remember, the majority of the money that we invest is the loan that we receive from DBSA. So if you take, for example, a certain portion out of that also, then it gives you another concern, and then the ratio still goes down further. And I think at one stage, although we at this moment is surviving financially, there needs to be much more emphasis on the additional recovery plans. And the one thing that I want to stress here is that we should look seriously at our valuation role, because I think that's where we're losing a lot of income. Chair, quickly on the investment, 78 million, as I previously said, that the majority of that money is investment because of the loans that we received. The one thing that I will always argue with the MM and with finance people is how we could see the 24 million of that investment to a loan of 3.6 million rand toward DBSA. As I speak, I'm not going to talk about that. It's there available there. Consumer debtors, Speaker, it remains a very concern. Our debt is at 303 million. I'm in the firm believer, Speaker, that it will be difficult for us to recoup the money of that is 19 days and above up to 2 years, some of these debt. There are ways that we want to deal with that, Speaker, but due to the increased unemployment in municipalities and in towns, we're heading for a difficult time again because the impact that COVID-19 had on our revenue. Speaker, just remember, Speaker, that we were in financial troubles before the pandemic, and now we're at a point where we have a serious loss of income due to the fact that people's businesses closed and people became unemployed. Speaker, quickly, the borrowings are there. We currently at 252 million. Unpaid conditional grants at 41 million. Speaker, and again, it's primarily housing. And again, Speaker, the question should be whether these amounts will be recoverable from the Department of Human Settlements. I was told, Speaker, there's a big portion of that might not be recoverable, so we won't going to get that money. And just remember that we've used our own money in order to pay for this. Unspent conditional grant, Speaker, is there. You can ask questions about that one also if you want to. And I will still stress this, there's a serious risk of underspending on grant funding due to the delays in awarding of professional services tender, Speaker. But again, Speaker, there's one thing that I want to stress that council should start being serious about, is to make sure that our planning, especially when it comes to the spending on grants, whether it's capital or otherwise, that we start having these plans and processes in supply chain well in advance. We're still not there, Speaker. And then the payables from exchange transaction, Speaker, is there, and you will find the table that will deal with it also in the tables. The capital replace reserve, as I referred earlier to that, Councillor Wasserman, although it's part of our report, which you referred to on page, and I will come back to that one, it's not cashback. So it's there as a figure, but it's not cashback. Consumer deposit, Speaker, I'm not going to speak too much on that. If the council want to touch on that one, I just want to get to my last table here, and I make sure, oh yes, financial commitments, Speaker, this is the important part which I want to just draw council attention to. As part of the annual financial statement preparation process, a test on impairment of assets of the municipality is being conducted, which includes the test of impairment of trade receivables. Then secondly, the municipality have implemented strict cost-cutting measures across the organization to ensure that we do not go into a negative cash flow. That is continuous, Speaker. It's getting difficult and more difficult, but it's continuing. We still have to cut down. Thirdly, Speaker, the rollover budget was tabled in Council on the 25th of August 2020. We are still waiting approval from National Treasury, and for that reason there's a zero expenditure. I was just informed this morning by the Finance Department that National Treasury yesterday responded to that, so we can now start working on that issue. Then the last one, Speaker, as part of the continuous review of the efficiency of our systems, the Mayor has instructed the Acting Municipal Manager to perform a detailed review on our billing system, Speaker. Our billing system is in total shambles. That's why councils will receive concerns raised by their constituencies, whether it's the ward councillors or political representatives in council, Speaker. Then just the last one, Speaker, which I want to raise. The next page, you had that report on the significant variances between the year-to-date action and year-to-date budget. That report, Speaker, sometimes it's misleading, and that's why I requested a second one, and that is a comparison between the year-to-date actual revenue collected versus receipt of actual revenue billed, and there's a significant difference between the two. Speaker, in that short, I hope I've touched on some of the concerns raised by Councillor Wasserman, but I'm prepared further to explain to that part. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. I see Councillor Tokolo, your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, just on the capital replacement reserve, it's currently not cash backed, and we've been having this comment, I think for about a year now, and I remember the last report that the mayor tabled when he was 19 days, I think, in office, and he was saying he was not the mayor at the time, but I think he had 19 days of that report. Was also giving a comment saying that this will be addressed in the adjustment budget. I think it was in August then. And we still say here now the adjustment budget to be tabled in February or earlier will address this matter and ensure a funded budget. I just want to get to a point, Speaker, whereby this is addressed, because we just have these comments here that it will be addressed at a certain point. That point comes and goes. So if we can make sure that it is addressed, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tokolo. Acting MM.
Speaker, I think we need to review that comment there, because the fact that the capital replacement reserve is not cash backed is not something that we will in 2 or 3 financial years be able to rectify. So there's no chance that we'll be able to rectify it in an adjustments budget, because those are surpluses that you channel to your capital replacement reserve. So we'll have a look. I will, together with the mayor, look at that comment, because it sets up a unattainable expectation. So thank you to Councillor Chokolo for raising that. We will have a look at it and see how we rephrase it going forward. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, not only that part, thank you, Speaker. Not only that, but thank you, Emin. I think we all thought that things will change quickly. We came through a very difficult time on our finances prior to COVID-19, and somehow people, and probably myself, believe that COVID-19 will pass very quickly. And I'm not in the space that I've got the same view of Donald Trump of the United States. But we thought that we will get through this way before the season started, Speaker. And it seems to me that we're in for this for a very, very long time. And we need to accept the fact that unless we don't come up with serious innovative measures to deal with our finances, as a simple example, Speaker, you remember my comment when we had the increases for staff. When I stated quite clearly there that we might be in a position to afford it now. Whether we were going to be afforded and the consequences thereof at the later stage, we're not quite sure of that. So some of these things, Speaker, we must take in perspective that it's a reality that COVID is going to be here for longer than we expected. Based on that reality, Speaker, it's a reality, therefore, that there will be a serious decline in revenue to the municipality. Add on to that, Speaker, that there will be further serious pressure on the infrastructure and the resources of the municipality, because what's now happening, Speaker, is that because of the unemployment, people are vandalizing on own infrastructure. That is costing the municipality money. People convert to all type of criminal activities, which have a serious impact. And when people become desperate, Speaker, then these things is happening. So I'm concerned about that. I don't even want to go into the signing of these, putting people on the database of the municipality. Hopefully I will raise that as an urgent matter at the end of the council meeting. But the MM is quite correct, and Councillor Tikoli is quite correct. It might be our idea when we thought things are going to get better, but it seems to me things are going to be like this and even going to get worse. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Maya. Are we now ready to go to the recommendation?
Speaker, yes, as you can see, there's a recommendation on page 104. I'm not quite sure whether that recommendation would still be the same, because that is just, as I said earlier, for me, it's just a carbon copy for what was in the previous one. That one that Council knows the contents of the Section 42 report, the report for the quarter ending September. And then we just normally write the B part, the directives to ensure that the budget is implemented in accordance with the service delivery budget implementation plan, which is still applicable. But I think at somehow, Speaker, we should add onto that a recommendation that deals with the future outlook of the municipality, financial outlook, based on the impact of COVID-19. I didn't put my mind around that yet, Speaker, but I think Council should take that in consideration also in future. But Speaker, those are the two recommendations currently in front of Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. Councillors, do we agree on that recommendation, Councillor Chokolo?
Yes, Speaker. No, just clarity, Speaker. As the on my agenda, the recommendations are on page 99, and there's only one. Or is the mayor talking about the in his report?
Yes.
Exactly. Okay.
Do we go with those two recommendations?
Yes, Speaker. Great Speaker.
Yes,
Great
Speaker.
Comment, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Then we go to 16.1, resolution from the mayoral committee. Items for noting. Mayor, over to you again.
Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you very much, councillors. I'm not quite sure whether I should go it item by item because it's resolution, Speaker, and I will use your guidance in this regard. Or then when we deal with all of it at once, Speaker.
I see two hands, Councillor Chokolo and Councillor Matika.
Speaker, I was going to suggest that we note all of them at once, and because they are for noting, we dealt with them. We're not supposed to take any recommendations now. We can deal with them all.
Thank you, Councillor Lusuko. Councillor Matika.
Seconded.
Thank you. Over to you, Mayor.
I would suggest that, as stated on page 164, that we note the items under item number 16.
Do you agree, councillors?
Agreed, Mayor. Agreed, Speaker.
Agreed, Speaker.
Thank you. Council, before we go to the supplementary agenda, can we have a break? I'm sure we all need it.
Speaker?
Yes,
Madam Speaker? There's motion, Speaker 7.1.
Yes,
on this,
I know.
This one. Oh, okay. Are we going to finish with them? All right.
Follow the numbering, Councillor Teokolo, follow the numbering.
Okay, covered.
Yes. But before we go there, councillors, we have to go to that items, to the minutes. Can we go back to the minutes first and then we can have a break?
I support that, Speaker.
Here you go.
Yes, Councillor Lusuko, your hand up. Councillor Zuka's your hand up.
Yes, Speaker, it is up.
Yes.
I was going to raise my issues when I had a problem with the audio. Can I raise them, Speaker?
Yes, Councillor Zuko. We are back now on the minutes of the council meeting on the 13th of October.
Yes, that's the second set of minutes, yes.
Yes.
Speaker, mine is on page 32, Speaker.
Yes.
Just for an example, Speaker, recommendation B, it says that when you look at my proposal, that I agreed with, I compare it with Councillor Krauts, which is not the case. I didn't agree to that. And also, Speaker, just to see, suspended for now, what does it mean? Because C was that councillor appoints Morning Michaels. What does that mean now when you say suspended for now? Because I definitely didn't agree to that, Speaker. Just clarity on those.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tsengwa?
Speaker, that is an old hand, Speaker, in old hand. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Acting MM? Can we be assisted here?
Yes, Speaker, can I assist maybe so that we can move on quickly? On B, Speaker, I didn't agree to that. Maybe just then amend it that what I was proposing is that the CFO leaves at the end, he must serve his notice period out. which I think was the 30th of November or 31st, yeah. But by the end of November, that's what I was proposing. And the suspended, the C1, I didn't agree with that one.
Okay.
So
MM?
there was no C for me. Thanks.
Speaker, I wonder if Councillor Chokolo doesn't want to first listen to the tape before he says so, because my information is that this is directly taken from the tape. It's verbatim the councillor's words. So perhaps the councillor might want to come and have a listen to the tape before he says what he's saying now. Because as I say, my information is that these were the words taken from the tape that the councillor uttered. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Wasserman?
Thanks, Speaker. No, it's fine. We can listen to the tapes, but it was clear that the DA's position was that the CFO should serve out his notice. It was even reported on in social media. So we can park this if you want and not approve the minutes until we've confirmed what the tapes say, and perhaps we can deal with this then at the next ordinary council meeting.
Okay.
Speaker.
And yes, MM?
No, Speaker, I am the messenger in this respect. I think it's important. I think all of us would want the minutes to be a true reflection of what was said. So perhaps we must just I don't know if the administration says that these were the words that were used. I think we must just ensure that we listen to the tape, because we have a responsibility to have a true reflection of what was said in the council. I know there's no doubt in my mind that the spirit of what Councillor Chikolo said is as he's explaining it now. But if those were the words that were used, then it makes it difficult for us and for the people that take the minutes, because they to the best of their ability try and reflect what was said in the meeting.
Okay, Maya?
Speaker, no, there was, I'm not quite sure whether there was a suggestion or a proposal from council was on that regard that we should give the administrative opportunity. I would support that. Let's not waste time on that. Let's go and listen to the tapes, and then if there's not to be a correction, then we make that correction. There's nothing sinister about it.
Okay. Is there anything else on those minutes?
No, Speaker.
We are still looking for Councillor Skosana's matter. We are not ready with that yet. They were busy as we were busy with the meeting now. But they are. I'm told that they are not ready for that matter yet. Perhaps we must break, Speaker, and we might get some information from Councillor Skosana that will make it easier for us to get that portion.
Okay then.
Thank you,
So
Speaker.
we will come back and see if the information for Councillor Skosana is there, and the information on Councillor Luzuko issue is going to be listened to the tapes, and the item might then will come back.
Correct.
To Councillor.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, councillors and officials. We are going to break now. It's 3 minutes to 2. Can we be back at 2:30?
That's fine, Speaker.
Okay.
That's fine, Speaker.
That's okay. That's all right, Titi. That's fine, Mimi.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. We are back. Can I just do a roll call before we start? Councillor Kraus?
I'm present, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Davis? Councillor Davis?
Well, Speaker, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Quinana? Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Maketa, we are back. Can I just do a roll call before we start?
Present, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Maketa. Can you put on your
I'm present, Speaker.
camera? Thank you. Councillor Davis. Councillor Matika.
Ndikhona.
Councillor Davis. Councillor Matuana.
Well, Speaker, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Quinana. Councillor Naki.
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Nezu. Councillor Maketa, we are back.
Somlo.
Councillor Opperman, just do a roll call before we start.
Present, Speaker.
I'm back.
Thank you, Councillor Selase. Councillor Maketa, can you put on your
I'm present, Speaker.
camera? Thank you. Councillor Selase. Councillor Matika. Councillor Skosana.
Ndikhona.
Councillor Skosana. Councillor Davis.
Well, Speaker, I'm here. Thank you.
Yes, I can see you, Councillor Strubel. Councillor Quinana. Councillor Naki.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Struggle is struggling to log in, but he'll be in shortly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Tsengwa.
Somlo.
Councillor Opperman, just do a roll call before we start.
Present, Speaker.
I'm back. Speaker, I'm present.
Councillor Selase. Thank you. Councillor Tokolo. Your camera.
Speaker, I'm here.
Councillor Selase. Councillor Van Aswegen. Meyer. Councillor Skosana.
Speaker, gedienstig en gewillig.
Councillor Weideman.
Thank you.
Yes, I can see you, Councillor Strubel. Councillor Quinana. Councillor Naki.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Struggle is struggling to log in, but he'll be in shortly.
Councillor Wasserman. Okay, thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor
Hi,
Tsengwa.
Speaker. Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. And Councillor Wolmerans.
I'm back. Speaker,
I must put my camera on also. Councillors, I'm also here. Councillor Tokolo. We are just waiting to see what happened to Councillor Selase. Can someone just find out what happened to him? I didn't also see Councillor. I thought I hear his voice. He's here. Councillor Maketa. Kirsty, can you just find out where is Councillor Selase? Councillor, we are going to the supplementary agenda now. Point number 15. new matters submitted by the acting municipal manager. May I see your hands up?
Speaker, nee, jammer, dis 'n baie ou handlei man. Jammer. Hy is al verrumpel daar.
And then we've got the debt write-off for deceased debtors. The recommendation is on page 4 of your supplementary agenda. I see Councillor Crouch and Councillor Wasserman's hand.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, ek stem nie saam met die aanbeveling van C in die aanbevelings nie. Want wat ek probeer verstaan is dat as jy nou familie het of 'n ouer het wat afgesterf het en so aan te, dan moet hulle die doodsertifikaat hê en hulle moet nou magistraat gaan sien vir die title deeds en goed waar hulle prokureur nodig het. So aan die einde van die dag maak ons dit moeilik vir die gewone mens om dit wat hulle graag wil doen te kan doen. So ek probeer uitvind dat is hierdie aanbeveling vir mense wat kan bekostig of mense wat nie kan bekostig nie. Want soos ek dit sien, maak dit net nog moeiliker vir mense om die regte ding te wil doen. Dit is die probleem wat ek het currently met die munisipaliteit. Hulle maak dit vreeslik moeilik vir 'n gewone mens om die regte ding te kan wil doen. En ek sal seker 'n follow-up wil hê, Speaker, as ek 'n antwoord kan kry op dit.
Okay. Mr. Bumazonke?
What the councillor is saying is that he doesn't agree with the recommendation because in itself the recommendation makes it difficult for poor people. Is this a recommendation made for rich or poor people? Because where are the people going to get the money? Because some of the things that are needed here, death certificate, going to the magistrates and all that stuff. How is an ordinary person going to afford that? Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Bumazonke. Councillor Wasserman?
Thanks, Speaker. A few things on this item. The first thing is that the report doesn't show Council what the financial implications are for the rights of this debt. Secondly, Speaker, I think the debt should only be written off on a case-by-case basis, and on the basis that the estate or the person who owes money to the municipality can't pay it. If I pass away and I have assets and cash and so on, and I owe money to the municipality, my estate must still pay that debt. The fact that I have passed doesn't automatically mean that my debt must be written off. So the report should show Council the fact that this debt is in fact irrecoverable from the estate before we can agree to write it off. And then lastly, Speaker, I don't know who is still speaking in the background. Speaker, there's a comment from the municipal manager in this item on page 4 with which I agree, and that is the item to be withdrawn and information obtained before it is resubmitted. So I agree with the acting municipal manager. I don't think that this report gives us enough information to be able to do what is being asked of us. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Maya, I see your hand is up. Maya?
Speaker, yes. Listen, I totally agree with Councillor Wasserman. I just want to read one extract from the Municipal Structures Act, Speaker, why I agree with Councillor Wasserman. An executive mayor, and that is 56 function powers of the executive mayors. An executive mayor is entitled to receive reports from the committees of the Municipal Council and to forward these reports together with a recommendation to Council when the matter cannot be disposed of by the Executive Mayor in terms of the Executive Mayor's delegated powers. Yes. Sometimes I want to speak how some of these things land on the Council agenda, because my understanding is if this was done through the Section 80 committee, then all these questions which Councillor Krauts have, and I have, and you have, and everybody have, could have been dealt with on that basis. But this is straight to Council. And I totally agree, it should be done on a case-by-case basis. But even that could have then been discussed in the Section 80 committee. So I'm better disappointed, Chair, that we submit a report to Council and then again ask that report we withdraw. If it went through the right processes, we could have dealt with it surely at this meeting then. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors. I think I would go with the comments by the acting municipal manager that we withdraw this item and it be then resubmitted to council. Councillor Krause, I see your hand is still up.
Thank you, Speaker. I also agree that the item be withdrawn and go the relevant route back to council. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. So we agree that we withdraw this item.
Great, Speaker.
Thank you, thank you. Councillor Lars, you are back.
Oh, always.
I was looking for you. Then Councillor 15.4, long-term debt. And the recommendation is on Councillor Tsang, I see your hand is up.
Yeah.
On point 57.
Speaker, there's a hand there. It's on all end.
Yeah, only thing that I can't do, I can't take your hands down, but I can mute you. Councillors, we are. Councillor Chokolo and the Mayor.
Speaker, I just want to support the recommendation, Speaker. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Your hand down now, okay. Deputy Mayor, can you take your hand down? Thank you, councillors. Then we on 15.5. The establishment of the Municipal Evaluation Appeal Board. And there's this background and the recommendation on page 91. Councillor Strubel, I see your hand is up, and I see the Mayor's hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. Just to let you know that I'm in the meeting now again. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Councillor Strubel. Mayor, is your hand up? And Councillor Kraut?
Speaker, no. My hand, when it's supposed to be up, is going down. When it's going down, is going up. So no, I was going to respond to the previous item, but it's fine. I don't have a problem with the recommendation there.
Previous item, Mayor?
No, it's fine, Speaker. I don't think councillors want to debate and discuss that issue. As long, I was going to raise the issue about as long as we can afford these loans, I don't have a problem with the recommendation. I've been informed that yes, we can afford it. Yes, I probably have to accept that. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. And then we on the item 15.5. Councillor Kraus, I did see your hand up. I don't know what's on this item.
Yes, Speaker, I just want to say I do not agree with the recommendation B. I am in total disagreement with that recommendation. It does not cater for the residents of the Broad and Eisner. And I would recommend, Speaker, that on B1, it stays the same. Roman 1, Roman 2, it stays the same. Roman 3 stays the same. And on Roman 4, I would recommend Funeka. That is what I would recommend, Speaker.
Okay. Have you got a seconder for your recommendation as amended, Councillor Luzuko?
Yes, Speaker, I'll second it.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. So we are going with Roman figure 1, 2, 3. And in Roman figure 4, we put
Speaker, I'm seconding the original recommendation.
Speaker.
Not the amended Councillor Krautz's recommendation.
No, then you.
Did I speak
I
out
was
of turn?
asking for
No.
someone that were seconding Councillor Krautz's recommendation.
Sorry, I didn't understand you like that. I thought you were asking for a seconder of the original one. No.
No, we.
Speaker, can I just correct myself here, Speaker? Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Krautz.
Okay, thank you. I'm going with Roman figure 1, Perino Palmer. I'm going with Roman figure 2, Liesel Scholes.
Yes.
She is a lawyer. And then I'm going with
Niels Muller.
Liesel Miller.
Yes.
It's Roman figure 1, 2. Oh, yes. And then I'm going with Niels Miller. I'm going with Stephen Newfield. And then alternatively on V, that member, we are saying now it's going to be 5 members and not 4. So on that one, I would recommend Funeka a speaker. So you will have a chairperson and 2 lawyers and 2 valuation professional valuers.
Speaker,
Councillor, yes. Let me just give to the acting MM, and then I will give to Councillor Luzuko and Councillor Patika.
No, Speaker, I wanted to get clarity from Councillor Crouch, but she's now given me clarity. So she's recommending that in addition to the first 4, another one, number 5, in the form of Mr. Funeka be added. I understand that now. I didn't understand it initially.
There's a Dr. Krieger there.
So what I understand from Funeka comes in there and the word alternatively comes out, if I hear Councillor Crouch correctly.
Councillor Luzuko.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. No, I was also a little bit confused there. When Councillor Crowd started, she said she doesn't agree with recommendation B. But if I'm correct now, that is fine. But just to amend the sub recommendations, am I correct to say that, Speaker?
Yes.
Because okay. No, Speaker. Then our Speaker, I would propose then that we stick with the recommendations as they are, and also just what was the idea of saying and? Was it to say it's either the Stephen Neerfield or Dr. Andre Kruger, or we can include both of them, like Councillor Crouch has done in her amendment?
Councillor Matika, do you still want to say something? And then Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I wanted to ask Councillor Krautz. So Mr. Funeka looks like he comes from Parklands North, which is in Johannesburg. And in the report itself, it speaks about how you can't actually have people who are operating virtually. You have to have them be able to come into the room, because sometimes people have to come in and present in person. So is she aware that the appointment of Mr. Funeka would be a big cost to the municipality in terms of travel and accommodation and so on?
Thank you, Councillor Matika. Or Councillor Kraft? Who's that? I'll just mute.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, when I looked at these names as it is, and I look at the discussions as to why and how the people might have to not have virtual meetings but meet in person. My question I'm asking is, are those people on that board representing the people of the Greater Knysna? Does anyone on that board, will they be able to speak a language that residents of, all of the residents of Knysna speak? How will those people be assisted? And that is based on that reasons, Councillor Wasserman. Not I, but that Funeka has been recommended, because we can't say that we have people that speaks, that people are representing the residents of Knysna on a valuation board, but they're not representing the broader Knysna community. It is basically based on that, Councillor Wasserman. Also, I understand that you're talking about the financial implications when it comes to SMTs for paying a member. However, I don't think one member would make such a huge difference on a board. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kraus. I don't see any more hands here. There is now Councillor Maya, I see your hand. And Councillor Matika.
Speaker, yes, I just want to deal with the issue of the cost of the municipality. On page 89, the board may consist of not fewer than 3, that's including the chairperson, and not exceeding 5, including the chairperson. So that's the first thing. So what we're trying to achieve here is to say that including the chairperson, we will have then 1, 2, 3, which will be 4, which is a cost-saving exercise, I assume. That's why there was the alternative references to Dr. Andre Krier. So the intention there is then to have 1 less than that we are allowed to have. That's the first point. The second point, I just need to find out how many times does these people meet in the term of office. I just want to find out, is it once a year, once a quarter, once every month? Because that also determines the cost factor. And then lastly, Chairperson, I think Councillor Kraut's thoughts on that. Because listening to Councillor Wasserman, her main concerns is the cost factor. Having all these meetings now virtually, we are sitting here and my good old councillor, Welcome Salase, is currently looking after the cows at his house, sitting there. So people can virtually, and I'm not quite sure whether that's correct when you say it's difficult to have virtual meetings. Every meeting today, Speaker, because of what we experience, can be done virtually. Private business, government structures. So that one didn't actually add up to me. So therefore, Chair, I need then to support Councillor Krauts. We need to show the community out there that we are serious when we deal with transformation and that we are, to some extent, Chair, accommodative to all cultures and races in all the committees and councils that this council agreed on. So therefore, Chair, if I could understand Councillor Krauts correct, A1 is there, 2 is there, 3 is there, and then Mr. Newfoot will then be replaced by Mr. Funeka. and then he can then become an alternative if that is the case. But I don't think that this whole process should be an exorbitant exercise on finances. Thanks.
Thank you, Maya.
Thank you,
Councillor
Chair.
Matika.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I was also going to support the recommendation of our Chief, ANC Chief Whip, Councillor Kraus. I'm supporting that recommendation. Also, we must not say here and say that majority of these people that if it's virtual, they will not be able because maybe they will not gonna afford that. That's not true. Majority, 99% of people who are using evaluation boards appeal. 99. It's people that can afford. That's people that can all afford to use a virtual. It's people that can afford to have data so that we can sit meeting on virtual. So until now, until next year, I don't think there'll be any physical meetings. There'll be virtual meetings in most of the departments and most of the legislatures. So I'm saying that I support Councillor Kraus because majority of these people who are using these valuation boards, it's people that can afford.
Thank you, Councillor Matika. Councillor Zukas, your hand is up so that you can move.
Speaker, yeah, thank you very much. Can you grant us a 10-minute caucus, please, Speaker?
Not even 5.
10, Speaker,
10.
because remember we need to go over to Zoom and people must connect.
Oh, okay. It's now 3 o'clock. So you must be back by 10 past.
So they have a
Thank you,
secret
Speaker.
connection. Speaker, is that correct? They've got a secret connection there.
Yeah. We've got a Zoom connection. Okay.
We're back, Speaker. Speaker?
Councillor Zuko? Yes, Councillor Weideman?
We back.
Yes, Councillor Zuko have asked for the caucus.
Yeah, you'll come back. They'll be all on our way back. I forget he's got to zoom out and then zoom in again.
Speaker,
Yes, Councillor Zuko?
Speaker, I'm not sure whether everyone's back, but you see, we early, Speaker, at least we kept the time.
No, but you know, Miss, I'm never unfair. I would have granted you more time.
Speaker, can I?
Yes, you can continue, Councillor Luzuko.
Okay. Speaker, I just want to amend my first proposal that we go with the recommendations. We've looked at all the cost. As we said, we are concerned with cost. And also we've looked at, let's go with the top 4 that has been recommended. So we will go with the 4 as they are, Speaker, as you see them. So 1, Mr. Perino Palmer, number 2, Ms. Lizelle Scholes Muller, 3, Mr. Niels Muller, and 4, Mr. Stephen Neufeld. So that's the top 4. That's our amendment. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Luzuko. You know, I'm the one person that will never allow in this day and age that we don't address the issue of transformation. It can never happen that we are okay with items that comes in front of us that does not transform. We're talking about the democracy of this country. And also to let the people out there see that really we are, at least as a council, we are working on it. We might not be there as a country, but we must show leadership as a council that we are working on it. And this is now the second time it has come in front of council. It was here was the other board that we had, and we had to ask officials to go and headhunt for us. And then they brought someone. Because we are very serious, I think, in this council, or maybe I must say some of us, about transformation. And it's not something that we are casual about. It's a must. We must do it, councillors. We need to transform in this country. But let's start with our town at least. And I'm sure there's someone, even in our region, that can fit the criteria. But maybe that person didn't apply. Let me just say that for now, because that is how I feel. When it comes to transformation and that we must show leadership, that we are serious about it, I think it must start with us. May I see your hand is up?
Speaker, thank you very much. You're trying to massage a thing that is, in fact, legislative. Transformation is a legislative requirement. We should not massage these things. We should speak about it and be honest about it. When you make reference to a board, and that is at the bottom of page 90, when I talk about you, I'm talking about the report. When the report is talking about the board is established for the entire Knysna municipal area. Entire Knysna municipal area. So that board should be a reflection of the entire Knysna. Listening to Councillor Tiokolo, it was clear that that was not the intention, but the primary drive behind their proposal is finances. Speaker, we are serious about finances. That's why we agreed to 4, not 6 or 5. We are serious about finances because we say all these meetings, if possible, should be virtual meetings where there's no traveling cost involved. Because even we have to pay the chairperson to travel from Platinum Bay, he must be paid. We have to pay the person traveling from George, she must be paid. So when it comes to cost, Chair, I sometimes feel that people are very selective in the way that they look at it. You should not be selective when it comes to transformation, Speaker. It is for reason, Speaker, that I will agree to the recommendation to then include Mr. Funeka in the space of either Mr. Niels Miller or Mr. Neofield. But we need to make sure that we are serious when we deal with transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. We've got 2 proposals on the table. Who's supporting the one? I think the Councillor Luzuko one. Who's the Councillor Tseng? Your hand is up.
Speaker, thank you very much once again. Speaker, you know, I must really express my disappointment to my colleagues. You see, Speaker, at this day and age, as we have indicated, Speaker, it's very disappointing whereby people are going to use an issue of the cost involved, you know, instead of looking at the real issue, you know, Speaker. So as I'm saying that, I think I really don't want to waste your time, Speaker. I think rather let's put this thing into a vote. I will never, ever, Speaker, you know, vote for something which does not speak to our people. You know, these boards are very important. These are very important boards. And we can't be keeping quiet, Speaker. You're quite right. You know, we can't be keeping quiet when we are not really doing what we're supposed to do and hide behind the issue of the finances involved. All of us, we know. I mean, we are faced with a financial challenge. You know, our situation financially is bettering. I mean, day by day. But then that can't be. We cannot make that issue of finances an excuse in terms of making sure that we address a real issue. Speaker, I fully support the mayor. Let's vote on this issue. Mr. Funeka must be included. You know, I don't really want to speak to my colleagues sometimes. Chokolo, Quinana, and so on and so forth. You know, we need to stand for what is right, colleagues. It's very, very important. You know, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, let's vote on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I needed a seconder for Councillor. Who seconded Councillor Krause's proposal so that we can have
I second.
The mayor seconded, Speaker. The mayor did second.
Thank you, Councillor Krause. Councillor Weideman, as your hand is up.
I second Councillor Tikolo. Let me go with the recommendation just with the 4.
Thank you, Councillor Weideman. Can we go to Councillor Chokolo's recommendation that we go with the first 4 names? Who's going with Councillor? And then you also need to put your cameras on.
Speaker, I'm going with Councillor Chokolo's recommendation.
Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker.
Councillor Pomerantz, also going with Councillor Chokolo's recommendation.
Speaker.
Councillor, yes, Mayor.
Now, before we go into that, I was to propose a C, Chair. And that would be, Chair, that all meetings, where possible, should be virtual to cut cost. all meetings must actually, not should, must be virtual if possible to cut any cost.
Carl, can you just assist us? Councillor Wasserman, your hand is up.
Yeah.
And Councillor Zuko,
I
your
just
hand is
want
up.
to point out to the mayor that you can't use that in a sentence. You can't say must and then say if possible. So there are a lot of people, as the report says, who do not have access to internet connectivity. So how are you going to provide them with access and their rights to appear in front of the board?
Voorzitter. Misschien moet ik Afrikaans praten, want raadslid Wasserman is correct. Mijn eerste taal is Engels niet. So misschien moet ik het in Afrikaans zeggen. Alle vergaderings, indien moontlik, moet, maar nou soek ik correct Afrikaans woord voor virtual. Virtueel, nou, ek is nie doodseker van daai woord nie, maar alle vergaderings, indien moontlik, moet virtual, virtueel geskied. Ek vra verskoning aan al die Afrikaans sprekendes, daai woord virtueel nie korrek is nie.
The interpreter.
Sivote, Speaker.
Mr. Vumazonke.
Sivote.
Madam Speaker, what the councillor is saying, he's not an English speaker, but he tried maybe to express himself in Afrikaans. What he was trying to say is that, according to I'm not sure what I'll be translating what he was saying, but I think he was saying all meetings, if possible, must be made virtual. So that's how I interpret it. So I don't know whether it's a different interpretation from what Councillor Wasserman was saying. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Mr. Vumazonke. There's so many hands up. I don't know if it's old hands. Councillor Zuko, is your hand up?
Speaker, I think if you just can acknowledge me, if we can have a 10-minute caucus, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Um, 10 minutes, you must be back at 28 minutes, 20, let's say 25 past.
Thank you, Speaker. We moving back, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Crouch. Over to you.
Oh, sorry, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. So we now decided that we're going with A, that it be noted. And then on B1, Perino Palmer chairperson, Liesel Scholes a member, Funeka also with the law, a member. And then we go with Niels Miller, professional valuer, and Stephen Newfield, professional valuer. And then the mayor is going to add a C part. Mayor, can you just add a C part, your C part there?
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, I want to put this on the record because I'm very concerned about the way we operate as a municipality. When we talk about a committee that should be representative of all the people of this town, we must practice what we preach. We are a very divided town currently. And the only institution that will be able to unite people would be this institution. And if this institution doesn't fulfill their duty, then we will remain and get much more bigger divided. I don't understand, Chair, with all due respect, how the inclusion of Mr. Funeka suddenly now have a serious increase on the cost involved to this committee. I don't see it. I can't see it. And it's for that reason, Chair, if that is the primary concern of the DA, I would therefore, Chair, recommend to see that all meetings should be virtual. All of these meetings should be virtual. And if members of the public don't have access due to a lack of data, that the municipality use its facilities to accommodate those people to be part of such a meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. I just need Carl to put that added recommendation or that you just together, and then I will give to Councillor Wasserman first. But in the meantime, Carl, can you just then put the recommendation together for us? The added one from the Mayor. Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it's going to happen that people are going to need to present to these tribunals in person because they won't have access to the technology that would allow them to engage on a virtual platform. And if the mayor can't see how flying someone from Johannesburg and providing them with accommodation adds to the cost, if he can't see how that'd be different to someone coming from Plett or Knysna or George, then we can't help him because it really is quite obvious. So, Speaker, the situation that the council is in is that we are in extremely difficult financial circumstances, and if the mayor chooses to be reckless with our money, then that is unfortunately the situation the council currently finds itself in. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Carl, can you, Mayor, do your hand is up, and Councillor Kraut?
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, you see, that attitude, Speaker, is precisely what I'm talking about when it comes to the unification of this community and this town. You see, I'm a member of a golf club. And that same attitude, which the DA now keep us here, is relevant in that institution. Because of money, because of those type of attitudes, people are excluded from an institution like that. And whenever we in this municipality try, Speaker, with all the respect to Councillor Wasserman, to make sure that we actually reach out to other communities, The issue of money is now the forefront and the issue that needs to be dealt with. I'm also quite sure, Speaker, that he didn't listen to me. If a person wants to make a representation to the appeal board, Speaker, and this meeting is in virtual, this municipality can provide to that specific person, Speaker, a room, set up a screen there, and have a position or a situation for this person to participate and put forward his case if that person doesn't have access to internet or doesn't have data. But it seems to me, Chair, we are so quickly to use the cost part of it and not thinking other type of innovative ways that we can assist the community. And I'm again said to this Speaker, this council needs to set the example that we are serious in transformation. And again, transformation is not just a thumb-sucking thing. It's a legislative requirement. And this is a government institution and we should set the example. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Crouch.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I would just like to ask Councillor Wasserman, based on the C part, which the Mayor has included in the recommendation, saying that virtual meetings will happen, how does she come up with the word that the Mayor, if he wants to use our money recklessly, how does she come up with that part? I don't understand with the word recklessly, because that for me is a bit confusing.
Councillor Wasserman, you're the last one, so we can conclude on this recommendation.
Thanks, Speaker. No, I made it clear when I spoke. People are going to have to, as the report says, appear in person. It will not always be the case that people can appear on a virtual platform. It's very easy. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Carl,
Speaker,
have you...
it still doesn't answer my question. If you listen to the recommendation what the Mayor has put in, how does she come up with recklessly? That is what I need to understand. She talks about appearing in person. However, we put in a recommendation C that it will be virtual and only virtual. So I need to understand the recklessly part.
I can't take it further, Speaker. I think I've explained it twice.
Councillor Crouch, must never concern about reckless spending, because some people know how to reckless spend in this council. Carl, can you just get us to the recommendation that was added by the Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, Speaker. C was added. All meetings of the Knysna Municipal Valuation Appeal Board shall be conducted on a virtual platform. Punt.
I thought there was some other added that people will be assisted by the municipality. May I just May I could you just correct me?
Just Speaker, those people that need to make representations towards this board and will be unable to have connectivity could approach the municipality for assistance.
Did you get that one, Carl?
Yes, Madam Speaker, although I must point out it's an administrative action that I'm sure the acting MM can just introduce and implement. Whether it should be a council resolution, if need to, we will minute it as such.
Now, Carl, I think we've all now know if things are not on paper in black and white, then it gets lost somewhere. So let's rather put it on black and white.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We will minute it as such, as the Honourable Mayor has just pointed out. Thank you.
Okay. So now we've got two proposals on the table, recommendations. Councillor Weideman, as your hand is up.
Thank you. Maybe you can just clarify if they do not have internet or whatever they need to go on a virtual meeting, The council will assist. What kind of assistance will the council give them? We'll clarify the word assistance, please.
Maya?
Speaker, Councillor Weideman, thank you very much for that question. I think it's quite simple. Talking about the connectivity, the concerns raised by the DA is that people will not be able, because of the lack of access to internet, people will never be able to make a personal appearance in front of the appeal authority. So those people will then have to come to the municipality, and we can assist them to make that representation to that committee through our own offices and through our own infrastructure in order for them to make that representation. We must be quite clear. We should go out of our way, Councillor Weideman, to assist our communities out there. We've got a lot of other issues that we just paid and have funds for, which I believe sometimes it's a wasteful expenditure. These are our assistance to our communities out there. And it doesn't care whether that person is black, white, yellow, or green. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Weideman.
Thank you. So I just need to understand, are we talking about technology assistance, or are we talking about financial assistance to get the people here to do a presentation?
We are talking about technology assistance, Councillor Weideman.
Thank you. Well, maybe, all right, thank you.
Those that wants the recommendation A 1, 2, 3, and 4 only, that supported Councillor Chokolo. Can we now go?
Speaker, Councillor Wolmerans, I've already supported Councillor Chokolo.
Thank you, Councillor Wolmerans.
Councillor Weideman.
Thank you, Councillor Weideman.
Speaker, Councillor Davis as well.
Councillor Davis, yes.
I support the proposal of Councillor Chokolo.
Councillor Kunana, I second the proposal of
Councillor
Councillor
Pinana,
Chokolo.
yes.
I support the proposal of Councillor Chokolo.
Yes, Councillor Pinana.
Speaker, I also vote for my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kraus, can you? No, this is Councillor Opperman, actually.
Speaker, I don't know whether you captured me. It's Councillor Wasserman.
Yes, Councillor Wasserman.
Support Chokolo.
Yes, Councillor Opperman.
I support.
Can't see Councillor Opperman.
Also, I just see the roof. Anyone else? Thank you, Councillor. Those who support the recommendation of Councillor Kraut.
Speaker, Councillor Skosana.
Added on, wait, Councillor Skosana. Added on by another recommendation by the mayor. Yes.
Yes, I support. I'm not a racist. I'm supporting our people. I'm a uniter.
Councillor Skosana, yes.
Councillor Naki, I support. Speaker.
Yes.
Of
Councillor Matiwana, Speaker, support.
Councillor Nwezu, I
Put your
support.
cameras on, councillors, please.
Mine is
Councillor
on.
Nwezu, I support.
Councillor Krauts, I support.
Councillor Salas, I support, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Salazar.
Matika support. Matika support.
Thank you, Councillor Matika.
Councillor Tsengwa support, Speaker.
Yes.
Have you captured me, Speaker?
Yes, I see you, Councillor Tsengwa.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you.
Speaker, Councillor Van Aswegen, support the motion whose intention is to unite our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I need to put my camera on. I also support the recommendation added to by the mayor, proposed by Councillor Krauts. Carl, I just need to find out something here. I did not hear Councillor Strubel. I don't know if he's still in here. And Councillor.
Yeah, I can speak a kind of for you.
Speaker.
Maketa. Yes, Strubel.
Speaker, I'm very sorry, man, but today I'm using the Sedgefield office and I'm losing connectivity very frequently. So that's why sometimes I get out and then I come in and it takes a while. So that's why I've missed when we vote.
Can you just
I would love you. Sorry, Speaker.
Aye, man, Nikki. Can you just in future, Councillor Strubel, phone administration or inform your chief whip so that we know when we've got those problems? I don't want to be unfair to anyone because we are now dealing with technology here, and I don't want to be unfair.
Yeah, no, I understand, Speaker, and I appreciate that. But
Thank
can
you,
I
Councillor.
record there now?
Yes, Councillor Strubel. Did you hear the recommendation? Did you know why we were voting?
Speaker, I would love if you can read out the recommendation to me.
No, there was two recommendations. You came from your caucus, and your caucus was supporting just 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then there was another proposal by Councillor Krauts. So we were voting for your proposal first. That was made by Councillor Luzuko.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, Speaker. So yes, my vote I would like to record is proposed by Councillor Chakolo.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Carl, I see your hand is up. And Councillor, I didn't hear Councillor. We all need to vote or abstain, or Councillor Maketa.
Speaker, I'll abstain on this vote now.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Maketa. Carl, I see your hand is up. Can you assist us?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've also had a question about Councillor Maketa, but we will now minute that he's abstained. The first proposal by Councillor Chukolo received 8 votes. The second proposal by Councillor Krauts received 9 votes, and there was 1 abstention. So the proposal by Councillor Krauts was carried.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Krauts, I see your hand is up. something wrong.
Sorry, Speaker, I'm not just sure. Is the 1 or 10 in the other one?
I get 10, and I don't know, Carl got 9.
Yeah, because I also got 10. I think that is why I'm asking, Speaker.
Carl, who did you miss? Carl?
Speaker, I missed Councillor Matuwane.
No, Councillor Matuwane did vote.
Okay, I missed him. I apologize vehemently. Thank you.
He was the third one to vote for the ANC.
Thank you, councillors. So we go with that recommendation as proposed by Councillor Kraus, amended by the Mayor. We now go to item 15.6. The draft SOP for the dealing with, I don't know, these things that you put here. But it's the abuse, the SMC abuse of financial misconduct and financial offences. On page 193. Councillor Chokolo?
Speaker, I propose that we move with the recommendation, Speaker. Quickly.
Councillor Kraus?
Thank you, Speaker. I see there's no time frames for the workshop because for mine it is just like saying that after the workshop mentioned in B above, mine is just there's no time frame for this workshop. So when will this workshop commence? I just think that if these items is very important, we should have a time frame for workshop.
Speaker?
Yes.
Yeah, Speaker, normally the office of the Speaker just communicate to the councillors when the workshops will be. We don't necessarily put it in the recommendations. Therefore, Speaker, I move that we go with the recommendations. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Zuko. So we move. We will communicate the dates of the workshop, Councillor Kraut. The ad hoc committee of COVID-19. And there's a recommendation A and B. Councillor Wolmerans.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, I don't know about the other councillors, but I've struggled to see what is happening in that report. They were showing us two drafts there, but I couldn't read what's. If somebody can just enlighten us to tell us what is happening there.
Maybe Jill can put it on the screen for us.
Please, because really I even zoomed in, but I could not see.
One.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wolmerans. Jill? Carl, is it possible for you to put it on the screen for us?
I would arrange that, Speaker. Just a moment.
Speaker?
Speaker?
Yes.
Sorry, Speaker, can I confirm you want the SOP on the screen? The standard operating procedure?
No. I think the one that's on page 274 and 275.
Yes.
274 and 275 will do so. Thank you.
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Zuko.
I was going to suggest, Speaker, while they're trying that, can we move to the next item? Because I think we will agree on this, the next item and the other one and the others, Speaker.
Maybe they're nearly there, Carl. Must we move? Are you nearly there?
Thank you, Speaker. To be quite frank, the copies we've received with the item is even illegible for us. So what we're going to do now quickly is go into the Colab system and try and find the original document and then blow it up for you.
It is.
But still, you can't read it properly, so perhaps we can just blow it up. We're trying to make it bigger now.
Speaker.
Councillor Ngezu.
Sawucela man Speaker man kabazisize nje ezinjena azikwazi ukwenziwa zibe nkulu kwakuqala iphepha likhulu apha kodwa lento incinci ayibonakala seba ngase manje izinto lokho zenza iphepha ligcwale sesicelo nje.
No, still is not. I can't. Can anyone see it now?
No, Speaker.
No, Speaker.
Okay, Carl, can we?
Kry vir julle
I
brille
can see
man.
now. I can see now. Now I can see now.
Brille help hier Meyer.
Much better now.
Oh, I said the youth league. I said the youth league much better now.
Die bejaarde kan ook lees daar. Or shall I say the veterans can also read?
Can you just try once more, a little bit bigger?
Buffalo's flying. Fish eagle.
Can someone mute? Okay. Can we just maybe move to the next one and the next item? Council, just move then to the next item. 15.8. Irregular expenditure on T3617-18 as disclosed in the 2018-19.
Speaker.
Yes.
andiyazi ke i-request yami noba ivakele noba ivakelanga okanye kwenzeka ntoni.
Councillor Ngezu, Carl and them are trying to make it bigger on the screen.
Andithi mayenziwe namhlanje speaker mayibe nkulu nanini na kwenzela into yoba sizobonakala.
Yes, we heard your request that they must put it bigger on the agenda.
My landscape, ne?
Councillors, then the recommendation is on 277. There's A, B, and C.
Yes.
Yes, Speaker.
Do we agree with the recommendation on 277? Can we move?
Yes.
Thank you. Then we go to 15. I think, yeah, we can see now, Carl. So let's go back to that item of the ad hoc committee report. And there's a recommendation. Anyone on this item?
Which one, Speaker?
The ones on the screen, Maya.
Speaker, yes, I've got a lot of questions on that one. Serious questions.
Yes, Maya, over to you.
Speaker, now I'm very concerned about what's in front of us. This Buffalo's Bay Caravan Park, Speaker. Those of us that are long enough in this council know the problems that we experience with that caravan park being exclusive to a certain group of people to start off. But that code I don't understand. What is meant by hotels? 9. And then, Chair, this whole issue about that rental agreement that expired a long time ago. That I don't understand why this is still continuing. Add on to that, Speaker. This is COVID-19 relief we're talking about. If the renting amount outstanding is 493,000, I question, Speaker, with all due respect, whether that was related to COVID-19. I question that. I would love to see what is the annual or monthly rental to this property, that these people are in arrears, that serious amount. Then, Chair, I'm not in a position to go down, but can we just go down to the other one at the bottom where there's the other 50,000 rand? There's another one that reflects a 50,000 rand. That is the maximum amount that we allow people to write off. Can we just go there to that one? I can't see it now. I can only see in the Buffalo Bay that make reference to a hotel, which I'm not quite sure. Call a bit down, up or up, actually up, not down. Gaan op, maar het gaan een beetje op met die ding. Okay. East Head Cafe, Speaker. I get the impression, Speaker, that we write that off based on the total amount in arrears. So these are the two big properties with big outstanding amount, and the argument was purely based on the fact, and that's how I read this, and I want to be wrong in this regard. Reading in that, the argument for that is those are the two big amounts outstanding, and based on that, we will give you a maximum relief of 50,000. We need to understand, Speaker, whether that was one COVID related, and secondly, whether that was arrears that was accumulated during COVID. And what was the amount that we're talking about here? Or was this arrears, Speaker, coming from the last 2 or 3 years? Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. Who want to respond? The CFO, acting CFO? Or who's on the committee? We need a committee. Can we have a member of the committee to respond? Councillor Kraus, I see your hand is up.
Yes, Speaker. Speaker, I think if you look at the comments, let me just get it. If you look at the comments that was made by the committee and the recommendations, however, Mayor, bank statements was received, and based on that, the committee made a decision that they could see during the lockdown about the declining in revenue. Mayor, that is what the committee looked at. And if you actually look through all these comments, you will also see that at one stage, the committee said that the wrong bank statements was given, and that they must give the correct bank statements for them to get to give a opinion in this regard. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor
Speaker,
Matika?
can I have a follow-up? Can I have a follow-up on that also?
Yes, Mayor.
Now, Speaker, I need to understand if, and let's deal with the caravan park. I don't understand the hotel part of that. But the caravan park that I know, there's the caravan park right at the edge of Buffalo Bay. That's a caravan park. I didn't understand the 9 hotels. There's a code hotels 9. I assume that 9 is the code, but it is perceived as hotels. I'm not aware of a hotel that is there. I'm well aware that there's a caravan park there, Speaker.
Once I was in the office about somebody didn't get a pin.
Matika, can you please mute?
And then that person speak to the I said,
Good Speaker. I don't think it's me.
It's Councillor Ngezu.
Speaker, can I speak? Yeah, Speaker, can I continue?
Yes.
I need to understand that that is not a hotel. That is a caravan park. And my knowledge speak about this caravan park with the history and the debates and discussions in this council. That caravan park, Speaker, is normally fully booked every year. Nobody can get access. It's fully booked. And the problem with that is their season is normally at the end of the year. During the year, it's quite quiet there. And my understanding about COVID is that was their off-season. It was during the winter. So I hear what Councillor Crouch is saying, that they ask bank statements. If a total amount is outstanding, it will then have been from the 1st of April up to now. Now that is in the winter season, and that is not their real season. So it's difficult for me to understand that those areas have to be put in front of the door of COVID-19. Just remember, the council resolution is to assist those people that were severely hampered in their businesses due to COVID-19. A caravan park, Speaker, with all the respect, I question whether they was really, and I still question that figure also. Coming down to the other one, Speaker, I know that restaurant, Speaker, was closed for a very long time, as other restaurants in the town. Now, my concern, Chair, here is that those restaurants that were closed, whether they were also given the same opportunity to be assisted in whatever way by the people that they rent from as businesses, or even further on, whether we as a municipality assist those people also that have restaurants and were closed during COVID. Thanks, Speaker. Oh yes, and the last question, why did we opt for the maximum amount of 40,000 rand? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Matika has your hand up.
Yes, Speaker.
Yes.
And bazi abantu bemali bethule. Speaker, ndifuna ukucheck man. Le list lapha phansi ingabe izama ukuthi bonke abantu balapha ngaba sibancedisile ngo-right for ukuthoba kule nto ye-COVID. Cela sicacisele pha okanye yile 2 nela 50 qha. Cela ucaciselwa apha qala.
Kaphinde nje kancinci councillor nje ndiphosile ukuthi ngaba le list phambi kwethu itheni.
Ndicela ubuza kule nto yale list, le list lapha phambi kwethu ngawo abantu aba-aplayile for uthotyelwa because of i-COVID okanye ngaba yonke le list ngabantu esibathobeleyo because of i-COVID.
What the councillor wants to know is that is whether the list that is for us is for all the people who are asking for money to be brought down, or but I couldn't get it all clear. But it's about the list that is before us. I don't know whether it's people that needed maybe money to be taken down or something of that nature, but I couldn't get the councillor well. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, no, uthethe yona kakuhle. Andibazi ootyokisi bathe cwaka ngobantu bemali.
Yeah, she says it's going to take the main donor.
Can you? Is there someone that can answer that?
Speaker, maybe if the MM can come in there.
MM?
Speaker, I have to admit that I'm busy with the minutes, so I missed that. Can you please just bring me in the picture again, please? I'm sorry.
No, I wanted basically I wanted to check the list that is before us. Is this the list of everyone that has applied for the COVID to be assisted with the COVID foreign rates and tax to be brought down? Or this is a list of those who have assisted for this COVID thing to amounts to be brought down?
Councillor Matika, my understanding is that it's the full list, but let me rather make 100% sure for you. But to my knowledge, this is the full list. It's everybody that applied. But I'll make sure for you now. I'll let you know. If you give me a few minutes, I just want to make a phone call.
Councillor Matika, your hand is still up. Can anyone answer the mayor, because the mayor also had questions? Is there anyone that can answer the mayor? Councillor Kraut?
Speaker?
The mayor have asked a question on the issue of Buffalo Bay.
Speaker, the mayor has asked a lot of questions. Now, I don't know which one specific, because the hotel code, I don't know. I wouldn't be able to answer that since I'm not in that department.
Your voice is really feeling.
I'm waiting for the MM.
Speaker, let me just answer Councillor Matika's question because that's quick. So Councillor, yes, this is a comprehensive list. This is everybody that applied. But some of the people that have applied, their accounts are up to date. Some of the businesses that have applied. So yes, the answer to your question is that it is a comprehensive list of everybody that has applied. Speaker, I am not in a position to answer the questions that the mayor has asked. So I would much rather that you let the item stand over, or this portion of the item stand over, so that we can answer the mayor properly. I don't have all the information that the mayor asked for.
Speaker.
I didn't get that one, MM. Which one can't we answer now?
The questions that the mayor asked about the caravan park, the detail of that I don't have, Speaker.
Speaker.
Yes, Mayor.
Can I suggest you to refer this item back to the Section 80 committee meeting to get all the relevant information?
Yes, Mayor. Councillor, do we agree that we send this item to the Section 80 committee, the relevant Section 80 committee?
That's fine, Speaker.
Agree.
Thank you. We are now on 15.9. Councillor Matika is at the old end. Thank you. 15.99. The recommendation is there on page 282, A, B, C, and D. Do we go with that recommendation, councillors?
Yes, Speaker.
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you.
Agreed.
15.10, irregular expenditure on T11, 1617, as disclosed in the 2018-2019 from MPEC. There's a recommendation A and B on 285.
Agreed, Speaker.
Speaker, I think if you can just also give us time to get there. I think last time Teokolo was asking the same thing. Now he's just agreeing.
No, I think it's because you were eating, Councillor. Stop eating.
The council is 285.
Agreed, Speaker.
Yes, Speaker.
Can you move?
Speaker?
Yes, Councillor Zangwa.
As much as we also agree, but also, man, these things are fine. These pages where we must check, it must be corrected. Thank you very much. We agree. Let's move.
Yes, then we on page 288, 1511, report on irregular expenditure as result on the findings of the Auditor General and the interpretation of the irregulation of 32 piggyback contract.
Agreed, Speaker.
And there's a recommendation A, B, and C.
Speaker, just before we agree, I see Councillor Teokolo agree. It's nice, Councillor. It means that you've read your report. Speaker, just two questions on this. what I pick up is that in all the other recommendations, there was a clear reference, Speaker, to there was no loss to council. The council didn't lose any money. In this one, as part of the recommendation, there's no reference to that. I would like to know what the reason for that is. Is it just a normal insert that we have in the recommendation when it comes to this? And then, Chair, on the conclusion of MPEC on page 291, I think there was references. The right of here is an accounting term and does not mean that council is losing money or has lost money. What is meant by accounting term? It's an accounting term. Can I just get some clarity from the committee impact? I got my view on it.
Councillor Wasserman.
Thanks, Chairperson. So on the last question, the term written off, I think the normal layperson's understanding is that you haven't received that money or that you've lost that money, and therefore you are writing off the fact that you've lost it. But in this instance, you haven't actually lost money. What MPAC was advised is that council got value for its money that it spent. So money hasn't been lost. The process that was followed was irregular, but money wasn't actually lost. So we just want to make it clear to the public that the writing off isn't to do with the fact that you've lost money, but that you are writing off the amount not as irrecoverable. So you're saying you can't get the money back, but that's the accounting term, is that there isn't actually money that you've lost. I don't know, Mayor, did that help you? So your average person would think that you've written money off because you've lost it, and now you are writing off the fact that you've lost it. But in fact, we didn't lose anything. We're writing off the fact that it is irrecoverable.
No, Speaker, I didn't want to be funny in this. The point I want to make is in all the others which MPEC put forward to council, that precise argument was that there was no loss to the municipality because the municipality got value for the money, and I assume therefore the goods was received. I then just understand, and Councillor Wasserman, I did understand. I just want to make sure that when we say there's no money loss, that it was just an accounting term. Whether that should not be therefore be part of the recommendation. That's what I was actually get to. Shouldn't that be part of the recommendation? Just remember, in other previous recommendation, it was quite clear. Let's take the one in 282. The expenditure in T56 be written off as there was no loss to the municipality and the value for money was received. Now, that's one, Speaker. I just want to make sure that if that was the argument, shouldn't we have then a D that precisely refers to the conclusion made by MPEC that it's an accounting term and does not mean that the council is losing money or have lost money. That's all I just want to get to. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Wasserman.
Mayor, I don't think that it's necessary to resolve that. I think the issue was raised because in the public domain, there was the perception that was brought to MPAC's attention that actually council had lost the money, which wasn't the case. So I don't think council needs to resolve it because it's not something that is peculiar to this item, as you've said. So I think council can note it if you would prefer us to do that, but I don't think it's necessary. The acting MM might want to come in here. I see his hand.
MM.
If you look on page 291 under the heading conclusion, you'll see the following words there. MPAC, having considered the issues above, as well as the presentation and submission of AG and PT, conclude that there was no loss of money and council received the value as a result. There should be no recovery of any money. So MPAC has actually noted that. And if council wants to, there's no harm in putting a recommendation like that. But it is actually in the body of the report that MPAC has noted that there was no loss of money.
Speaker, let's move on. I must make references to all the others where, as part of the recommendation, it was quite clearly stipulated that there was no loss to the municipality, and the municipality didn't have actually had received value for money. So it's fine. Let's move on. Let's not waste time on this. There's a lot of other important issues to discuss.
Thank you. 15.12. Rona.
Speaker, I'll mute all and you can just switch on your mic again.
Okay. Thank you, MM. The report on the potential irregular expenditure for 2019-2020 as a result of the Auditor General interpretation of Regulation 32 piggyback contracts on 332, and there's a recommendation on page 334, A and B, C. Councillor? If you now mute them, Councillor Wasserman?
No, Speaker, we can go with it, but as the chairperson of MPAC, I'd rather that the other councillors indicate that they're happy with the recommendation that has been made.
Speaker, we happy.
Speaker.
It's a great speaker.
Speaker now. Again, Speaker, I want to get to recommendation C, Speaker.
Yes, Mayor.
That management in future only utilize Regulation 32 that will come supply chain management is prescribed by the AG, Speaker. In reading this one, I assume that this recommendation is important due to the fact that management did not follow that process, Speaker. Is my understanding of that correct? That's why recommendation C is in here, Councillor Wasserman. Sorry, Speaker, through you.
Thank you, my Councillor. I see the MM's hand is up. Maybe you want to go first.
Speaker, no. Yeah. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, no. That recommendation is actually superfluous, in my opinion, because there's nothing else that we can do but to follow the regulation as it stands, and the finding of the Auditor General, even though there's lots of opinions that it's wrong, has not been challenged. So that is the finding as it stands. So as management, we don't have any other choice but to implement it like that, Speaker. So I don't have any issue with it being there, but I don't think it's really necessary for it to be there.
Just in the last question on that, I see Councillor Wasserman saying, just in the last question, let's speak and let Councillor Wasserman respond.
Councillor Wasserman?
Yeah, I agree with the acting municipal manager. And actually, when we discussed this matter in MPAC, we actually agreed to take out that recommendation with regards to the use of Regulation 32 because it is superfluous. So it can come out, Speaker.
Thank you. Mayor?
Speaker, now I'm happy with that. Just the last question, Speaker, and that is just, and you can rule me out of order. This whole issue of piggybacking, we sometimes use to speed up service delivery. Will that now be impact on by this?
Okay, thank you. MM?
Speaker, yes, unfortunately, it will have an impact on service delivery. What we have done, what the Knysna municipality has done in the past is, on especially on some technical tenders. So, for instance, the appointment of consultants and so on. We have piggybacked on other municipalities' tenders. We are now not allowed to do that anymore because, according to the interpretation of the Auditor General, we can only pick up the slack, as it's called. So yes, unfortunately, this does have an impact on service delivery. It will mean that we'll have to put out every tender that we need. We cannot make use of the processes that were run by other municipalities like we've done in the past. But that is just the reality of the current situation, Speaker, unfortunately.
Speaker, just a last comment on that.
Mayor?
You see, Speaker, what we should understand, it means that directors and directorates and people responsible for putting out tenders and all those things in supply chain processes, they should really pull up the socks now. Because I can give you a simple example, the impact of this that had on people living in my ward without electricity. Those is precisely because of that. We previously piggyback on these things. Now these people are living in those houses for more than close to 2 months without electricity. And there's not only my ward, it's other wards also. And it will escalate now, Speaker, that there's a possibility that these people might even be out of electricity for Christmas. And those are the type of things that we should be quite aware of when we deal with these supply chain processes. It put a lot of onus on our staff to make sure that we follow the right processes early enough. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. Acting MM, I see your hand is up, and Councillor Wasserman.
Heerlijke ouwe, jammer, Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Wasserman.
Thanks, Speaker. I just want to check with the acting MM because in our recommendations from MPAC, there was a recommendation that we supported, and that was that National Treasury is approached to condone current and prior years' potential irregular expenditure due to retroactive application in terms of MFMA Section 170 sub 2. So I just want to check with the acting MM whether that recommendation shouldn't be before council on this matter.
Speaker, it is on page 291, C of that recommendation.
Okay, got it. Thanks, acting MM.
Okay.
Pleasure.
So we go with the recommendation A and B, and we take C out. Do we agree, councillors?
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Then the next one, 15.13, report on delay in signing of performance agreements of the municipal manager and directors for 2020-2021. Acting
Yes,
MM?
Speaker.
We've got the recommendation A, B, and C. Can we go with that?
Yes.
Are we all awake here?
Speaker, no, I don't disagree with the recommendation. The recommendation makes references to senior managers. The items talk about the performance agreement of the municipal manager and directors. I just want to understand that those are the same, or do we make only reference here to Section 56 managers in this regard? Important here, Speaker, is because even the performance agreement with the municipal manager is being delayed because of the same things, and I have to refer it back to our legal advisors to look at it because I was happy with some of the things that was in that performance agreement, Speaker. So I just want to find out whether that recommendation is based on the item heading there. Thanks.
Acting MM? Councillor Wasserman?
Sorry, Speaker, old hand.
Acting MM?
Speaker, I think what we should probably do, and this is probably an oversight, but in the recommendation, well, there are two things that should happen. Now as I'm talking, I'm finding that I'm talking myself into knots here, Speaker, because this is a report from me and it deals with the senior managers, and perhaps perhaps the mayor must just bring a separate report about the acting municipal manager's performance agreement, so that we don't mix the two up. Because I cannot bring a report about my own agreement. So Mayor, perhaps we must just agree that you'll in the next meeting bring a report about my agreement for council to note. And we change the heading of this report to remove reference to the municipal manager.
Okay, then do you agree on that we change the heading? Councillor, do we agree that we change the heading as proposed by the MM?
Speaker, I agree. You need to change it because sorry, Speaker, that I didn't show my hand. My apologies for that. Speaker, no, I think the MM is quite correct. You cannot have a heading in references to the municipal manager. Why the item is coming from the municipal manager, and secondly, that recommendation on page 343 do not address the heading. So probably you should change the heading, as the MM stated, report on the delay in signing performance agreements of directors or senior managers, whatever to call it, or section 56 managers. Change it to that, and then that recommendation will be there. And therefore, Speaker, that the mayor then should submit at a later stage reasons for the late signing of the contract of the MM.
Are we adding recommendation here?
No, we can't. I don't think so.
Okay.
Sorry, Speaker.
So we agree on this recommendation and the heading that been changed. Can we then move on, Councillor, to 15.15?
Yes.
No, the 15.14, sorry. My apologies. And that's his report on the appointment of the acting director, CFO. And there's a recommendation A and B.
Speaker, agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Then we go to
we agree, Lazuko.
15. Report on the composition of the selection panel for the recruitment and selection of the vacant director finance position. There's a recommendation A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H.
Where are we now?
Okay,
No, that's
agrees. Agrees.
We agree?
Yes.
Speaker, just a question.
Councillor Luzuko.
I agree.
Speaker,
We're going
just
into the
a question.
agreeing route now, Lazuko. Why now you question?
Councillors,
you agree on everything.
Councillor Luzuko.
Speaker, please. Speaker, now I just want to know, Speaker, the panel itself, the CFO of George. I assume that he's been conducted already, but I just want to know, Speaker, because I think we've had an instance before. What happens if, for an example, that CFO goes, resign, or that CFO is gone from the George municipality? Then you'll have an acting person who is maybe a manager there. Does that now mean automatically that person is there? Because I know the regulations are saying we should name these people. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, acting MM.
Speaker, can I answer this in Afrikaans and say that I think Councillor Tsokolo is besig om my bejaar agter die berg te gaan haal? I really don't think we should go into, I think we should, no, I think we should deal with this matter if it arises. I don't think we, at this point, the George municipality, that the municipal manager, acting municipal manager of George has agreed that the CFO of George form part of this panel. And I think we should just stick with that, you know, otherwise we're going to deal with ifs and buts and so on. I think our panel is as it should be at the moment. If something happens, we must deal with it at that point.
As long as we deal with it before we start the process.
Yeah, no. We will,
Thank you, Emmy. Do we agree, Councillor?
Yes, Speaker, great Speaker, a great Speaker.
Thank you. Then when we move on our supplementary agenda, it also say item to follow. And the Councillor Matika?
Yes.
Is it a hand? Oh, okay. And there was a new item that was submitted by the acting municipal manager. And it's the environment of integrated human settlements for internal funding.
Agreed.
And there's
Agreed, Speaker.
Oh, what do you agree on?
The current recommendation, Speaker. The recommendations that are on the item.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Polo. Then we just need to find out from Jill, because part of the minutes of the meeting of in the ordinary agenda, in the first agenda. Jill, have you? Yes, Amen.
Speaker, yes, we have. We've listened to Jill has listened to the tape, and we've got a proposal for how we suggest the minutes should be amended. I wonder, Jill, if you don't want to put that on the screen, and councillors can have a look at it. Can I have an indication, Jill, if you've heard us and if you're busy with it, please?
Is Jill putting it on the screen?
Speaker, whilst she's busy with that, perhaps I can read to you what we're proposing. Okay, so under item 17, consideration of motions of exigency, 17.1, the heading is Councillor M. Skosana, school in Ward 3, and then it reads, yes. Councillor M. Skosana raised the matter with regard to a school in Ward 3, full stop. Councillor C. Crouch seconded the motion of exigency by Councillor M. Skosana, resolved that the matter with regard to a school in Ward 3 raised by Councillor M. Skosana be noted.
Okay.
That is how we propose the minutes should be amended.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Do you agree? There it is. Councillor, do we agree on that amendment of the minutes?
Yes, Kosana. I think we agree, Speaker. Let's move.
Yes, Speaker.
Hey, what is happening now here? Can we just read them for me?
Vat maak ek nou?
Thank you, MM.
Speaker, I think
So
you can
we-
move.
Yes, we agree on the minutes.
Yes,
of
Speaker, we do.
30. Yes, thank you.
Let's move, Speaker.
Councillors, we have now come to the end of our supplementary agenda. We're going to go to the main agenda again, to the two motions that we're having there.
Speaker, there's another supplementary agenda.
Which one, Mayor?
That is called part 2.
Mayor? There's not a
Welcome,
supplementary agenda.
Part 2 was klaar met part 2
For
weer.
discussion, urgent matter.
Klaar met part 2. All right.
Het is klaar met part 2 weer.
Okay.
Have everyone received this item?
Die mayor is 'n bietjie stadig vandag.
Councillors? Councillors?
Yes, Speaker.
Have you
Speaker?
received the item, the identification and development of properties for the site and service purpose in only?
No, Speaker. I haven't received it unless it was sent while I was sitting in the meeting.
Speaker, yes, we have received it while we were sitting in the meeting, and it's a very long item that we can't apply our minds to now. We again need
Can
to
we
go
maybe
and-
just maybe to make it easy to get the acting director of human settlements on this item? Maybe to make it easy for us.
Ja, bien como que.
Through you, acting MM.
In order with me, Speaker.
Wie moet gemute word hierso?
Speaker, I'll do what I do and you can just switch on your mic again.
Okay. Thank you, MM. Mr. Duenas?
Speaker, I'm just trying to get the item. I will be with you in a second.
Did you see your initials? MM? Mr. Duenas?
Speaker, I wonder whether you shouldn't just go on to the motions and ask Mr. Adonis after that so that he can sort himself out in the meanwhile.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fusana?
Ngeple azathela kuyidavina.
Councillor Fusana?
Cela ubuza ngeple umnumzana uDava azothetha kuyinto.
Have you opened your email? Councillor Fusana?
Ayasisini livulile. Ngeple azothetha kuyidava.
This identification and development of properties for site and service purposes in only.
Okay. Ngoba niphumile lokho ndiyosayina ezi zinto ze-database. Senigqibile leya iland environment.
Mr. Duenas, I see your hand is up.
UC15, UC16 senimgqibile.
Jefferson, I'm ready if you wish that I proceed.
You can proceed, Mr. Duenas.
Speaker.
Councillor Fusana. What's happening?
Ndiyabuza kaloku somlomo because bendiphuma nosayine izinto ze-database. Senigqibile lana environment.
Environment.
Le housing.
Sigqibile environment housing. Sagqiba nale issue yakhe yesikolo.
Hayi ndicela ke uzundirekhodishe mna ndivumelane nalaa nto. Cela ukhala ndirekhodishe andihambelani nalaa nto.
Carl? Carl, are you there?
Yes, Madam Speaker, able and willing.
Yes. There's an item on the environment for housing. That I've just been informed by Councillor Kosana that he was out when we were dealing with the item, because he didn't indicate to me that he wasn't part of the meeting when he went out, and he said he does not agree with the item, and we have now passed that item. We all agreed on the item. Can you just record that one for us?
Madam Speaker, I would suggest if you just give us a while, we'll quickly put the recommendation, which is now a resolution, on the screen.
Speaker, am I hearing you correctly? You want the administration to record Councillor Skosana's opposition to the resolution. That's all you want.
Yes.
Carl, that's all you want. You don't need to put the resolution up. All you must
No, you
do
don't
is
need to
note.
put it up. You must just record it.
Just record that Councillor Skosana is against the motion, is against the resolution.
We'll record it as such.
Okay, thank you, Carl. Mr. Dwinnes, over to you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in this item, at this point in time, the council resolved at the 1st of October. The resolution of council is there in the purpose of the report that the administration should identify, amongst others, land in Eisner to deal with backyarders and with people in need of land opportunities. So this item, we've started with a process of identification in the Hornleaf area, because that was the most contentious area that we had, and the administration will, as we go along, proceed with areas also and bring that report to council. You can also see in that resolution of council, there was also a land audit that need to be done, and out of that land audit, we will look at more land parcels to expedite and to bring to council. Under the process in the where the maps are, I'm just going give you an overview and then you can ask questions, Chairperson. There is portions that was identified. The first portion was a soccer field that we identified, and we made an assessment there, Chairperson, and we indicated that that portion might be developable for informal or housing or housing at a later stage. Then we went to the Vigilance Street of 3245, Chairperson. That is the area opposite the taxi rank. That area we indicate it's very steep, and the typography will not allow us to develop that.
Speaker?
Yes.
Speaker?
Councillor Matika?
Speaker, I just want to ask one question. Is it wise for us to discuss this item on white papers? Speaker, just want to have that. It's not that we are against this item. I just want to check, is it wise? Because we here, if we are saying that we're gonna put it here, then we are allowing each and everyone to go and plug in those identified land. So I just want to check, is it wise for us to put it here? Thank you very much.
Acting MM.
Speaker, that's a decision that the council must take. I hear what Councillor Matika is saying, and it might be in the interest of the council to move the item to the green items, to the green papers. But that's a decision that council must take, Speaker.
Councillor Susana.
Speaker, I'll suggest we discuss it now on open agenda. It's open for the public. We are an open council. We don't hide anything.
Mr. Dwight, yes, Maya.
Speaker, now I tend to agree with Councillor Skosana. We should hide these things. Therefore, Chair, I think what we should actually do is to make sure that within our recommendation, we are quite clear who are the people that is supposed to be intended to go to those specific areas. You cannot have a situation where every person just go and put up a check on that specific area. It doesn't work like that. It is important that part of that recommendation, we should be clear what our intention is when we're talking about land available for people. But I agree, it should not be in committee because there's nothing to hide here.
Thank you, Maya. Mr. Duenas, I think you can proceed.
So there is also analysis of the Vigilance Drive, that portion of land opposite the taxi rank and the corner of, I think it's Stubble and Vigilance Drive. Then 43409, Chairperson, that is a portion of land. Let me just orientate myself, Chairperson. That is the portion of land at the Own Haven, next to opposite next to the old age home there, that has already been contractually earmarked for Own Haven. So at this point in time, that is technically private land, Chairperson. Then 4822, Chairperson. That is I think is in Hill Street, or that is a earth that is very, very, very wet, Chairperson. And there's a wetland there that prohibit us to develop that portion. Then there's a portion at the Geerloutstraat Street area, Chairperson, which is also steep, but there is possibilities there. And we propose that we need to do a basic assessment at least there. 3336, that is an area that we've also looked at, Chairperson. And that is an area where we also propose, but we need to do a basic assessment in terms of that. So the Heidevallei precinct, Chairperson, that is part of the catalytic project that has been identified also last month in the council resolution. So we've identified all those urban in terms of the possibilities in the only area, and based on that, we recommend that we now take the process to the next step in terms of SPLUMA and NEMA processes for development. And then we also indicate in recommendation 3 and 4 that we cannot do Earth 4822 and 4309. And there is currently processes in place with regard to the development of the Valley precinct. So that's in short the gist of the item, Chairperson.
Councillor Kraus?
Thank you, Mr. Adwinis. Mr. Adwinis, I'm on 3409. Now, it reads that according to information, this portion of land was alienated to Ownhaven for the development of social housing, which has not taken place to date. Now, my question is this. We've got flats, Lagoon View, currently situated there in Rijkmanshoogte, which was also part of Ownhaven, and of which they have not agreed to the SLA. Now, that vacant piece of land now, which we say, according to information, belongs to Ownhaven. What exactly is the service level agreement with Ownhaven regarding that property, that land? And if possible, how can we as a municipality actually get our land back? Because currently that land is vacant, it can be used, and for residents of Honley or Knysna, it is a huge portion of land. And I think, Meneer Adwinis, we are sitting in a situation where housing is becoming a huge problem in Honley. And we're sitting with private owners owning property, and that the municipality has given them for close to nothing, of which they are doing nothing with the property. So can't we just go and expropriate this land and give it back to the people, or use this land so that we can actually build affordable housing or whatsoever, since there is a need? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kraus. Maya, so also your hand is up. And Councillor Matika.
Speaker, thank you very much. I think we need to commend and congratulate and thanks the Human Settlements Department, and I know as a director that are on serious pressure at this moment, for coming up with a report in such a short notice. I want to also be clear that this should not only be applicable to Honley, it should be applicable to all areas in Knysna. And I therefore look forward, Chair, that it will speed up in the other areas also, so that we make sure that we address the issue of housing significantly. Chair, add on to that, listening this morning, I think it was Councillor Wasserman that raised the question about the letter that we received from the National Department of Human Settlements and the ministry there, stating that in future we might not get houses anymore, but we will rather at service stands. And I believe this, Chair, should be a clear indication the way that we should go. And in that instances, we should be proactive, because if we are standing first in the line, I assume, Chair, therefore we'll be able to get probably much more support from national and provincial government when it comes to this. So, Chair, I love this speedy response by the Human Settlements Department, and I just want to reiterate it should be done much more quicker also in the other areas. Chair, just coming back to, I'm not going to respond to what Councillor Kraus has said. She said what she feels should happen. I just want to make sure that in identifying land, Speaker, that it's not a carte blanche situation for people now to go out there and just put up stands there. Because it might create a delay in the delivering of services for that specific area. It must be a coordinated process that's going through the Department of Integrated Human Settlements, and it must be in a situation whereby it will assist the municipality when those people that qualify for subsidies, that they will be able to apply for that speedily. because you don't want to end up in a situation where when people are just occupying land, it's basically delaying a process that is supposed there to assist people in that regard. So as part of the recommendation, Speaker, I just believe that we should deal with that issue and to make sure that it's not a carte blanche plucker of every person that wants to put up a check on a spot that has been identified by the municipality as probably a future development for housing. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Maya. Councillor Kraus, your hand is still up.
Okay, Mayor.
Oh, Councillor Matika.
Councillor Kraus, can you start?
I said it's an old hand, Speaker.
Councillor Matika.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I'd like to support Councillor Kraus on that. Really, if there is a possibility for us to get that land back, must get that land back. I'm sure part of the SLA was that the new haven developments will assist in terms of our people. But their developments are not even assisting our people. They are way too much expensive. So I'm saying that as Speaker, I'm supporting 100% Councillor Kraus, and I'm supporting this report. So can we go to the recommendation? We still have a long way to go. Thank you very much. Let's go to the recommendation, Speaker.
Oh my gosh. Councillor Wasserman, sorry. Then Mr. Adonis.
Speaker, I think let Mr. Adonis go first. I just wanted Councillor Kraus to repeat what exactly her recommendation is, but let Darby go first, please.
Mr. Adonis.
Chairperson, I think what Councillor Kraus referring to the own haven, the administration should go and have a look at the agreement of own haven and see what is the now Louis and Melanie should assist me. What is the opskortende voorwaardes in terme van die contract? What is the English wording of that?
Suspensive conditions.
The suspensive conditions are in the agreement. Before we can advise council in the way so I think as a recommendation we should add a 6 there that the administration go and investigate the suspensive conditions within the existing agreement of own haven.
Thanks, Mr. Adonis. Councillor Wasserman.
Sorry, Speaker. Yes, no, I agree completely with Mr. Adonis. I think it's important for them to go and have a look at that and then come back to us so that we can just make an informed decision. Thanks, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. So we add that recommendation 6. Are we in agreement, councillors?
Yes.
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you. Done with that one. Now can we go to our other agenda? And we now on the issue. Mr. Adonis, your hand is still up. To an old end. And Councillor
That's an
Kraus.
old end, Speaker. That's an old end. Thank you.
It's an old end, Speaker. I'm gonna get it down now.
Can we then go to our agenda and go to page 172. Consideration of motions 17.1. Motions, meeting schedule, Councillor Kraus.
Speaker, can you just give me 2 minutes? I'm just in a klein huisie.
Speaker, should we have a little break for everyone, perhaps?
Okay, then we let's come back at 15:15.
Thanks, Speaker.
Okay. Hoef my 2 van hy goedjies in.
Is the meeting still on? And yeah,
Yes, Councillor Naki.
Okay.
The only meeting was the breaker for plan to. Siyabuye lang ngoku.
Okay, it is.
I'm back, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kraus. I hope and everyone is still in the meeting.
We are Speaker.
Councillor, do you want me to do a roll call or can we just proceed?
I think let's do a roll call, Speaker, then we can proceed.
Okay. Councillor Kraus is here. Councillor Davis.
Madam Speaker, I'm still here, even though it's already 5:15.
That is what we all got ourselves into, Councillor Lavelle. Councillor Quinana.
Hey, what a pleasure.
Councillor Quinana. I can see you, Councillor Makweta. Councillor Matika.
Speaker.
Yes. Councillor Matika. I can see you, Councillor. Councillor Matika. Councillor Matiwana.
Jim lo speak.
Thank you, Councillor Naki.
Corner Speaker.
Councillor Ngezu.
Dilaba speak.
Councillor Opperman.
I'm here, Speaker.
Councillor Salase. Councillor Skosana. Councillor Skosana. Councillor Strubel.
Speaker, ek is hier.
Speaker, ek is ook hier.
Councillor Skosana is there. Councillor Strengwa. Councillor
Present Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, Councillor Chokolo.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, I'm here. Can you see me?
Yes, Councillor van Asbegen. Meyer.
Speaker, nog steeds iets gewillig, maar nie meer gedienstig nie.
Councillor Wasserman.
I'm here.
Thank you, Councillor Weideman.
Ek is hier, dankie, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wolmerans.
Goedemorgen.
I'm also here, councillors. Just put my camera on. Can someone find out what happened to Councillor Salase? I think it's the only one that's not here.
Did you look at the counts for Councillor Larsen?
Look at the cows. No, there's no cows here, Mayor.
No, his cows.
Oh, okay, Councillor Crouch, over to you.
Thank you, Speaker. On motion, I, Claudine Denise Crouch, being a member of the Mayoral Committee and Chairperson of the Finance and Corporate Service Portfolio, hereby submit the below mentioned motion in terms of Rule 25, read with Rule 26 of the National Municipalities Rules of Order for Internal Arrangements by law to be considered by the Municipal Council at the scheduled ordinary Municipal Council meeting on Thursday, 29th October 2020. Purpose of the motion is to amend the meeting schedule of portfolio committees, MPEC ordinary council meetings to bi-monthly every second month. Motivation, the current practice of conducting portfolio committees, MPEC and ordinary municipal council meetings monthly have proved to be challenging given the fact that, amongst others, the deadline for submissions of reports is before the municipal council has considered and resolved on the recommendations from portfolio committees via MACO. The basic challenge is that the new cycle of reports must be submitted before the previous cycle has been completed and the matters under consideration has been resolved. If urgent matters needs to be resolved, the opinion is herewith offered that the executive mayor schedule monthly MACO meetings where the same can be considered in the month with no portfolio committee meetings as scheduled. We motion that the schedule of meetings for portfolio committees, MPEC and ordinary council meetings be amended to be held on a bi-monthly basis. Signed on 16th October, proposer, Councillor Claudine Kraut, seconder. Seconder, can you second again, please?
I second.
Received on the 16th October 2020, 10:53 by Councillor Gombo. Thank you, Speaker.
I second.
Thank you, Councillor Kraut. Those that support the motion of Councillor Klaus, second the motion of Councillor Klaus, is Councillor Matuana. Anyone else on the motion?
Speaker.
Yep.
Speaker, we don't have a problem with the motion. Thanks.
So do we support the motion?
Not a problem, Speaker. We don't have any issues. We can move, Speaker.
Councillor Wolmerans, I see your thing is flickering to me.
Oh, I don't know what's going on here. Sorry, Speaker. Yes, we're supporting the motion, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wolmerans. Thank you. Then we go to the next one. Also by Councillor Kraut.
Thank you, Speaker. Do I have to read all of this?
Delegation register.
Yeah, can I just read the motion part?
Okay.
I think we all have read the purpose, the motivation. The motion is that the register of delegated powers of decision-making of Knysna municipality be amended by removing the approval of policies from the portfolio committees of the municipal council and the mayoral committees, and further to reserve the same exclusively for the municipal council. And signed on the 16th of October 2020, proposes Councillor Krauts. And the seconder, can you second again? Tsengwa.
Councillor Tsengwa.
Yes, Speaker.
You second
the motion?
Yes, Speaker, I second the motion, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, councillors. Is there anyone on the motion that's against the motion? Councillor Luzuko.
Speaker, Councillor Krauts must read for us to support. No,
Yes.
thanks, Speaker. Speaker, we support the motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Luzuko. I'm going to have a good night today. Councillors, I think that was the last item on our agenda, on our open agenda. And you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct, Speaker.
Yes. We are getting there. We are getting there. We're almost out of Corona. Then then this meeting will now adjourn the meeting. But let me take this opportunity and thank all councillors and officials. Carl, your hand is up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps you should just, before going into committee, consider 18 and 19 as well. That is on page 178 of your open agenda.
What happened 178 now?
Madam Speaker, that 18 is consideration of questions.
Okay. Thank you, Carl.
Which we've received none. And 19 is considerations of motions of urgency, which we haven't received none.
I don't think there's any because we just all agreed.
Speaker?
Yes.
Just a technical question to you, to the MMO, to Carl, whether the word report there is correct. So did it read no questions for consideration has been received at the time of the compilation? And the second one, that no motion of exigency has been received. Just want to find out whether the word is report is correct there. If it's correct, I can only want you.
Maybe written.
Speaker, now the mayor is correct. No questions were received and no motions of exigency were received.
Councillors, can we move to the point 21? The adjournment of the meeting.
The open part of the meeting, Speaker.
Okay, so we log in.
Yeah, we're going to adjourn in the open part. I was just on my thanking people to be a part of the meeting. Thank all the officials. Thank you to the audit committee. Thank you to the public that was able to log into our meeting. For your time, it's been a long day, but at least we started at 11. Not as worse as when we started at 9. Thank you. This meeting is now adjourned and we will log into the in-committee meeting. Thank you.
You. Speaker.